This meeting is being held at our office in Abbey House, Abingdon. Voting members are here in person as required, but officers and public speakers are able to join online if they wish to through Microsoft Teams. The meeting is being streamed live and recorded on the Council's YouTube channel for public viewing. I have three procedural matters. For those joining remotely, when you are not speaking, please ensure your microphone is muted and your camera is off. If you share a presentation on the screen, please stop sharing as soon as it is not needed. Public speakers must only have their cameras on and be unmuted when addressing the committee or answering questions or clarification if they're in their designated slots. If councillors wish to ask a question or participate in the debate, please raise your hand. Finally, as a modern council, both officers and members will use their electronic devices throughout the meeting. I have 5 housekeeping announcements. So the first one is evacuation procedure. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate the building by the nearest exit, which is the corridor immediately to the right of this meeting room, and stand at the assembly point 9 in the outside area beyond the fire exit. The Democratic Services Officer will assist you. On arriving at this meeting, you should have read the emergency evacuation procedure and signed the fire register. Please inform Democratic Services if you have not. Please can everyone ensure that their mobile telephones and any other devices are switched on silent during the meeting. Members of the public may wish to stay for the duration of the meeting. However, due to the number of speakers who will be in the room, we advise speakers to leave in the next break. However, you can watch the rest of the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel, as well as being able to watch the whole meeting recorded on YouTube. Please remember to sign out and hand in your visitor badge at the end at reception as you leave. When the meeting has ended, I will ask for confirmation the live stream has ended. At that point, please leave the virtual meeting if you are joining online, or make your way out of the building, again, remembering to sign out and leave your visitor badge at reception. We intend to have a comfort break at 10:50, 15 minutes, and we'll break for lunch at 12:45 to 45 minutes, with the opportunity to have a further 15-minute break in the afternoon. Please ensure that if you are returning to the meeting, that you are seated on time to resume the meeting. Today is Armistice Day. Staff will fall silent at 11 a.m. The start of the minute silent will be noted by a short burst of the fire alarm. Final point, this is a meeting in public and not a public meeting. And I ask that any members of the public attending in person and virtually ensure they do not shout out or disrupt the meeting's deliberations outside of those who have registered to speak in their designated slot. So going into the rest of the agenda, do we have any apologies for absence?
Yes, Chair, we've had apologies from Councillor Mike Giles.
Great, thank you. The next item is minutes. We have minutes from the previous meeting in the agenda pack. If members are satisfied with their accuracy, please could I have a proposer to adopt them as a correct record. So I wasn't at the last meeting, but I think that, yeah, great, thank you.
I'm happy to propose.
Yeah, okay, great.
Happy to second.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, so let's do that. So page 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. Right. Okay, and do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor
Yeah.
Brotherton.
Yeah, MP Sports Development, Marge Palmer's known to me personally, so I'd rather not take part in anything to do with that.
Okay, any others? I also have an interest, the same, not necessarily knowing personally, but I have given my councillor grant to that organisation as well. Okay, and do we have any urgent business or chairs announcements? So I don't have any announcements, but can the lead officer confirm if there is any urgent business? Okay, so there are multiple speakers on several of the agenda items, and we will get to them in turn. Of the 20 applications submitted, 16 applications were eligible for this scheme, requesting a total of £652,940 against the available budget of £320,000, which makes this a highly competitive round of funding. Panel will therefore have some tough recommendations to make to ensure awards given allow organisation to get their project off the ground as soon as possible for the benefit of our residents. Increasing scores will not result in an increase in budget. Unfortunately, this will mean that not all worthy and eligible applications will receive funding. We appreciate this will be disappointing news for the organisation this affects, as we recognise how much time and effort goes into completing an application and attending today. Officers evaluated the applications against the updated scoring criteria and policy requirements, recommending scores for each category and providing narrative for the suggested scores. Along with non-scoring comments and considerations from climate inequalities, should the panel be minded to recommend awarding the organisation. This formed the basis of the broad report that was reviewed by the Community Enablement Team Leader and Service Manager before publishing to all applicants on the 30th of October 2025. Applicants also had the opportunity to provide any updates relating to their financial position that could affect their score, and were given the opportunity to register to speak at panel should they wish. Officers will display any photos and or plans that they have been provided. Please note that the panel can only ask questions of the speakers in the morning. This will not be possible when the panel discusses the scores and potential awards in the afternoon. Any questions should then be directed at officers only.
Chair, can I please possibly, I haven't allocated any grant money yet, but I'm likely to be asked for the Chinner Village Centre application. And if that's, or the village hall, whichever one it is for kitchen.
Oh, right,
As
as a
a
declaration of
yeah.
interest, you mean? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Can we note that, please? Thank you. Okay, so we'll now go on to the presentation. So I think the first one we've got is the Behrens Centre, and I believe that we've got Laura here, who is here in person, I believe. Oh, no, virtually.
That's me here. I'm online. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, it'll be a bit of a whistle-stop tour. I know I've only got a short amount of time, and I just wanted to address a few of the comments before I open the floor to questions that you might have for me. So forgive me for rattling through them. The first is on the community need, inclusion and consultation section. So we're looking to refurbish our existing community centre, and I wanted to mention firstly that we are referenced in a couple of local plans. We're named as an important community facility in our neighbourhood plan, and in the local plan 2035 it references the Berensfield Garden Village development as needing a children's centre, which is a core part of what we offer. So important to just kind of reference that we are noted in those local plans. There's also mention by the officers of converting a toilet into a storage space, and we currently have 3 toilets. Actually, in the photo that you were just viewing, the toilet was directly ahead of you. It was the door that was being shown, and it's not been used as a toilet for about 4 years. So it's where all the baskets are in front of that door, that's the toilet. And we currently use it as storage around the existing toilet. So it's removing the white goods from that room, and it will leave us with 2 toilets still in use. So a disabled access WC with a baby changing area, and a standard WC, which is perfectly adequate for our needs as we've seen over recent years. The second section that I wanted to reference was action on climate emergency. The office has recommended that we look at an air source heat pump, and we have actually explored this. We recently built a community cafe adjacent to our building, which has air source heat pump and underfloor heating. And at the time, we asked the construction team to spec out if that might work for this building. And unfortunately, we just don't have the space to house the cylinder. So without making significant structural changes to our building, it's not a practical option for us at the moment, but one that we would like to pursue and we have considered. In terms of financial sustainability, it's worth noting we have now submitted 2 further applications, one for the BIFA grant scheme and one for the Food and Warmth grant scheme. So we are continuing to fundraise for the project. In terms of maintenance and replacement of these items, we're looking to bring pack testing and some of our maintenance in-house through a men's shed project as kind of a happy side effect of working with local people to develop practical skills. We're also part of a local business network called Open Doors, and we've had some offers of support from practical firms within that team. And we also have some ongoing fundraising, which we do continuously. It's worth noting that the maintenance of our ramps would significantly reduce because we'd be converting them from timber ramps to patioed ramps. So that would reduce our maintenance costs hugely. I also note that it probably won't change our score for this section, but we have just completed fundraising for over £500,000 for our community cafe. So we do have a strong track record of capital fundraising, and I'm therefore confident that we can not only raise the remainder of the funds, but complete the project within the agreed timescales. The last thing that I wanted to mention was on the council plan themed criteria. I know that there's a particular focus on consulting partners and local people. We work with a huge wide range of partners, from Riverside Counselling, Citizens Advice, health visitors, housing associations, social services, community action groups, all of whom use our space and have kind of fed into this process so far. And also to think about how we measure our outcomes from this project. I wanted to just take a broader view of our impact to give you an example. So this project is about who's able to access our building and broadening the reach of who's able to come here, but it's also about the experience they have when they're with us. And to tell you how we measure our impact, we try to be robust and proportionate, and we do that across a range of our services. So for example, one of our children's projects, we measure good level of development data, home learning behaviours, parental confidence. Across all of our services, we measure changes in skills, confidence and relationships, and we use storytelling methodology to capture really rich case studies. This all indicates real impact that we're making with people on a day-to-day basis, and all of those outcomes can feed into the difference this project can make. And the reason for that is that you can't make this kind of progress with individuals unless they want to come back. So the quality of the experience that they're having with us is influenced by our service, our relationships, but also by our environment. So those are the clear outcomes that relate to this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, thanks, Laura. Do we have any questions for Laura? Yeah.
Hi, Laura. Thank you for your presentation. Could you tell me do you have an idea of how much you would save annually by making these sustainability upgrades to your building?
So I don't have a set figure, but we try to keep our costs as lean as we can already. So the key issue for us is around the heating. We are a purely electric building, and from our community cafe that we've just built, from moving to an air source heat pump and solar panels on the roof, which is part of our long-term plans, that building is now running completely off grid, and actually feeding electricity back into the national grid. So with this building, it's just about making incremental reductions at the moment. At the moment, we've got very different heating systems in each of our rooms with complicated timer systems. So some of them are on timers, some of them aren't, some of them heat the rooms effectively, some of them don't. So moving the whole thing onto one system with one easy control panel means that we can use timers more effectively, we can heat the rooms when we need to, we can improve the insulation so that it retains the heat. So at the moment, it's about an incremental saving. A step in the right direction.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Powell.
Yeah, thanks, Laura, for your presentation and your application. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned the Berensfield Garden Village project. Could you describe a little bit what links you have made with that project, and how you see the possible unlocking of the maybe future funding through that channel?
Yeah, absolutely. We're fortunate and privileged to be very heavily involved in that work. We sit on the Berensfield Garden Village Steering Group alongside the Parish Council and a few other relevant local organisations, and we have done for a number of years now. So we feed directly into shaping that piece of work as it goes forward. And a big part of our role there is championing for the existing community and the needs of the community to come to make sure that the right things are being factored in. As part of that, we were involved in the consultation around a community hub development, whether that might look like a single building that would house all the local community organisations, or if it would look like something different. And we, along with other local partners, actually lobbied quite heavily for the development of more of a kind of local precinct of organisations. We've got a beautiful little area here in Berensfield, if you've ever visited, where we've got us and our cafe opposite the sports centre and the youth club, next to the library and the community association. All these little organisations are kind of gathered around this one area, and we feel it's important that this area receives regeneration. The sports centre regeneration is already underway. We've just gone ahead and built our cafe. So we think there's a good future ahead of us where this particular area in the existing development receives some regeneration work. And then in the new development, when it arrives, there'll be a kind of mirror image quarter, and that we can develop really strong links between the two.
Councillor Topping.
Yes, hi Laura. Can you hear me okay? Good.
Yes, thank you.
I was going to ask you about the new ramps. Is this mainly to assist disabled people coming in and out of the building, or is it them and maybe young families with pushchairs and that sort of thing? And elderly people, I suppose, would benefit as well. Or a mixture of all three?
All of the above. So we have ramps up to every door of our building, and on one side of the building we just replaced two of them as part of our construction project, and one of them is now level access, and people are commenting. I've had several comments from people using walking aids, mobility aids, motorised wheelchairs, motor scooters, saying that actually it's so much easier to get up that ramp and into our cafe now, and that leads to the main entrance of our building. But we have two other entrances which are currently still served by wooden ramps, and one leads directly into our family room, so it's parents with buggies, but we also have some children who are in motorised wheelchairs and non-motorised wheelchairs that it would make it a lot easier for them to get in. And we also have things like our craft group for older people, which runs in one of those rooms that's served by those ramps, and many of those people are elderly and use walking aids. So across the board it serves a whole range of different people, and it will make access much easier.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Very useful presentation, Laura. You mentioned solar panels on the cafe. Are there solar panels on your current building? And if not, are there any plans to put them there?
Great question. We had hoped to be able to do it as part of our project this year with the community cafe. However, when the structural survey was revisited, it was decided that our roof wouldn't bear the load of solar panels. We are in a porta cabin. So a project for further down the line is either if we make substantial structural changes to the building, that would be one way that we could tie that in. The other is that it was told that we would be able to create some kind of like scaffolding outer shell to the building and put the solar panels on top. But actually that would make the building look very different and potentially quite unwelcoming. So it's something that we're still considering the best route forward. The hope has always been that we would end up with solar panels on roofs of both buildings. But at the moment we're benefiting from the solar panels on the cafe roof. So we're getting there, we're just getting there slowly.
Councillor Arlett.
Yeah, Laura, yeah, thanks for the presentation. Can we just talk about money just for a second? When you deposited your application, it states you had £463,573 on a bank balance. Of that, 200,000 was going to go to a cafe, which you're telling us has now been built. You've got a projection cost of 173,927. Also on it mentions there are other funding identified but not yet applied for of 230. There seems to be a lot of money here going. Could you just tell us what your bank balance is at this stage? Now you've paid all this other money, especially for the cafe.
So the cafe project is still rounding up. We're in the very final stages. It's open and operational, but we're going through the final snagging with the construction team. And 2 of our grants, they finish their payout right at when we've received our completion certificates, basically. So we're waiting on the final bits to come through. Our bank balance today, I can't tell you off the top of my head. But most of that money has been paid out, and we've set up a separate bank account to monitor any remaining cafe funds. We've got a reserves policy in place, which allows for 4 months of kind of wind down of the organisation and a small contingency for business continuation in case of any hiccups along the road. But otherwise, we have a slightly bigger budget this year, and we're putting in as much as we can of our own funds into these sorts of projects where we can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No. Okay, great. Well, thank you, Laura. Great presentation. And we will go on to the next application, which is Wheatley Parish Council. I believe we've got Alison, who is, I think, joining us online.
Yes, I'm here. I don't have a presentation, but I'll be very, very happy to answer questions.
Okay, brilliant. Has anyone got any questions for Alison? No? I'll give you a minute.
We were expecting a presentation.
Sorry.
Shall I open up about money?
Yeah, do money.
Can I just?
Councillor Arlett.
They're still there.
Yes, I'm still here.
Could I just ask you about money as well?
Yes, of course.
When you deposited your application, you've got £265,000 as a bank balance. Does this figure go up and down?
We have got a little bit in reserves because we've got 2 other projects actually in flight. One of those projects is we're about to take a lease on a large field in the centre of the village, which will be our community park. So we're retaining some money for that because we want to put some things in there for older children, something like a zip wire and an assault course, etc. At the same time, we're also about to receive a lease for the old cadet hut in Wheatley. And what we want to do with that is make that our youth club and build a youth council. So that building, it's been gifted to us, but it will need complete refurbishment. So we've got those 2 projects with money allocated in our reserves.
Thank you.
Councillor Gordon Creed.
Thank you, Chair. Hi Grace, thank you. I see that going forwards, Wheatley is going to need a more substantial playground. Can I ask, in terms of your action on climate and sustainability with regards to sourcing the sustainable creds of, it looks like you've chosen Sovereign. I don't know if that's a given.
No,
So that was
sorry.
Carry on. Can I just ask another question, which to do with that is in terms of consultation, community and kids in regards to the actual wish list from the people who are going to be using it?
Yes, of course. It's really important for us that the field, and you can see old pictures there of what it looks like at the moment, which is very tired. It's very important that we build accessibility into our project. And whilst we have got some items, and you see there a plan from Sovereign, we've also been talking to a company called Homefront, who all of their equipment is sustainable and made from wood that comes from proper sources. So with regard to the consultation, what I did was we had in September we had an artisan market in the high street for villagers, but I invited the schools and parents to come along, have a look at our plans, and then I went round with my clerk and assistant clerk, and we talked to children about what they wanted to see in their park. And it's interesting, really. The majority of children want colour. They want loud primary colours. And the second thing they want are monkey bars. And there's amongst the young parents of small children, apparently the baby swings are at a premium. So we need to put in some more baby swings. We also need to put in space for grandparents, because grandparents share more childcare now than they ever did. So as you can see from the picture on screen at the moment, that's from the company called Homefront, and that's all wooden play. It's low maintenance, it's really good, it's Robinia, so it will last. Our last play area was put in 2007, and we reckon it's got 2 more years life in it. So we want to get ahead of the game here. But it is about accessibility. You will see the wide swing there, the sort of basket swing for children with disability. There's also a couple of other things for imaginative play rather than physical play for those children who can't do physical play.
Thanks, Grace. Another thing to possibly consider is the group space for girls.
Yes, we've got that very much in mind. We've got that very much in mind.
Thank you. Sounds like you've covered all points. Sorry, Alison, that is Grace Smith. Sorry.
Yes, it is.
That's Grace, I don't know.
Sorry, Councillor Powell.
Thanks, Alison. I'm interested to know, clearly the parish council is very committed to this project.
Yes.
And you might have heard earlier where we said how oversubscribed the funding is this year for this grant scheme. And the paper identifies that you do have some other sources of revenue should there be a shortfall.
Yes.
So I'm interested sort of in the broader context is how this project fits alongside other strategic priorities for your parish council and how you've gone about determining what that order of priority should be. So is this your top project for the year, and therefore would you therefore guarantee, if you like, I mean, you probably can't do that today, but be willing to fill that shortfall if there was one?
The short answer to that is yes, and the reason being is that in the next parish, starting in January, 441 houses are going to be built. Now, that's built in the parish of Holton. Holton is currently only got 200 houses. So everybody in Holton comes to Wheatley for their goods and services. The schools are in Wheatley. So our play area along Church Road, which is the very centre of the village, is a great meeting space for parents, children, grandparents, carers, you name it. There is never a time when this play area is empty. So what we wanted to do is look forward and make sure that we had equipment in place that will meet the needs of an extra 1,000 families and to make sure that Wheatley has something to offer, not just its residents, its own residents, which absolutely deserve this, but the village is going to grow, not because of extra residents, but because of people using the village.
Thank you.
Councillor Topping.
Thank you. Alison, hi.
Hi.
I was going to ask about, there's reference to an imaginative play area for 6 to 13-year-olds, because what we're looking at seems to be mainly equipment that I would expect children up to the age of perhaps 10 to be very
Yes.
happy using. What's the
Yes.
idea for maybe the 10 to 13-year-olds who may need something a bit more grown up, and to keep them using it?
Well, there's two things there, really. The first thing is that there is an activity trail. The first, what you've got is paperwork that relates to the first designs. We've modified some of the designs since then to give an activity trail, climbing walls, monkey bars, you name it, to lead into quite a physical type activity. But as I said previously, in our other project, what we want to do is have on another field have a play area with play equipment that is for the older children, and all children develop at different times. So if you've got children who are ready to go to the next stage, we hope to have our village park up online for them to do that. But for the children that developed at a more slower rate, we think we've covered that with the activity trail.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brotherton.
Hi, Alison.
Hi.
Hi, sorry. One of our points in front of us on the assessment is it says it's not clear how you will fund the replacements. Now, you've just said that they've only got a life of about 10 years because it's timber. What's your plans for replacements?
We carry forward a budget every year to deal with any replacements, any maintenance, and any modification that needs doing. We hope to have this play area in situ for 20 years. And you know, we are very keen. The playground is managed by our the sort of care of it is managed by our 2 grounds operatives that we employ, and they check its safety and they check its that it's, you know, fit for purpose. And one of the reasons that we've decided to embark on this project is because our grounds operatives have actually said, you know, our existing play area is tired and needs refurbishment. They manage it, and they manage it very, very well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Do you have any plans for disposal of the existing equipment? I mean, you showed a picture of the red frame for,
Yes.
well, wings or whatever on it. I think it's a shame they're all being discarded, because actually they last very much better than timber frames from my experience of my local parishes. And you can always repaint them in a different colour and generally spruce them up. I would fully endorse what you said about the need for more toddler swings. I've certainly noticed that myself. But they can be hung from, you know, any sort of decent frame. And I don't like the thought of all these nice, useful metal frames that really are built to last being discarded just like that.
I agree. And what we've said to our contractors, the 2 contractors that are in the running, is that where we can retain equipment, we will do that, albeit spruce it up. If they can't, because it doesn't fit the overall plan, we have got another play area in Culham Road, which is an area of Wheatley, where we can put this equipment. So I don't want to throw it away, because if it's still good, let's use it.
Anything else?
Oh, sorry, one more
Councillor
question.
Scores and Creed.
Alison, I'm interested because it's a bit of a broad statement. I wonder if you could be a little more specific about how much addition of natural shade that you plan to use to mitigate the playground.
Yes. We've got a number of trees in the Church Road play area, and they do provide some natural shade. We're just taking advice on one of the quotes. Actually has given us like a sale over some tables, which was a request from some of the parents because children get hot. We've had a very strong summer this year. Children get hot and need time and space to sit, to calm down and reflect and drink and have something to eat. We want to provide areas under the trees, and actually some of our seating will go under the trees. The pictures don't really give it justice, but there's a lot of shaded area across the other side of the field. But we are very conscious that you can't have children out in the blazing sun for too long.
So it sounds like there's no current plans to add more planting.
We're always thinking about planting. We're always thinking about trees, but we've got to. Some of the ground is not suitable for trees. It's an old quarry, or it was years in 1938. It was when we first took over, the village first took over the play area. So there's a lot of detritus, and it's not always, you have to pick where you want to plant your trees. But certainly there are established trees in areas where they will thrive.
Right. Any other questions? I just have one final one. I believe Councillor Gordon Creed asked about space for girls.
Yes.
I noticed that you've got two entrances into the park or the area, which are quite close together. One of the findings that came from some research is that having multiple entrances into places helps girls feel more comfortable. I was wondering if you'd considered that at all.
Funny enough, we are very conscious about spaces for girls, and we've currently got in the current photograph that's on the screen, you've got some very tired looking swings, and there's a larger seat beyond there. That's nearly always used by girls, but you're right, there are two entrances. There's a small gate and there's a larger farm gate. Everybody uses the smaller gate because that's by the triangular lockup. The rest of the perimeter is stone wall that goes along the side of the road. So I'm not sure we would want to put a gate in there. But we are conscious of what girls need, and we aim to address that significantly with our other park up on the community park.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, thank you for your time, Alison.
You're very welcome.
And we'll go on to the next application, which is Halton Village Hall. I believe we have Clive here in person. Great, yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Clive Genshaw, I'm Halton Village Hall. I'm a booking secretary, and Sonia is the photo. Just going to put this. Fantastic, thank you. So what I want to talk about today was the fact that when we put our application in July, we feel when we got the scoring back, we'd underplayed ourselves in two particular areas. One of those is the community benefit, and Sonia will talk briefly about that in a minute. And I'm going to talk about the second one, which was the theme criteria for chosen corporate plan priority. I put our objectives up here for 2020 because we set them down just a week last Monday, actually. And it said in there particularly about building on our engagement. And one of the things that you picked up under this particular topic was that we hadn't talked about what engagement we're going to have, or we are having, with other organisations to ensure that we're talking about the things, the successes with them. So that was a missing from us in our application. So I wanted to talk about what we are actually doing and what we have done and what we are going to be doing in the future. So if you go to the next slide, please, Matthew, that would be great. So we started our engagement back in 24, actually in December 24, when we engaged with Lorna Mills of Cassington, because we wanted to explore solar. They got a new solar system, went to see. So actually on the 3rd of January, went to visit, the whole committee went to visit, and we had a really good engagement session with them. We took away a lot of notes where we documented all of that, and we started engagement, asking them more questions. Similarly, we talked to Tim Blythman at Wheatley about their solar system to get an idea, but they don't have a storage system. It's purely PVs for for immediate electrical supply. And we then started talking to Community First Tessa Hall as well about things. So we were discussing then sort of experiences. We were new to the game, we were learning, we hadn't made our full decision where we're going, we're getting contracts and all that stuff. So, but we did started looking at what things we're going to measure, what things we want to actually record, how much are we spending, how much CO2 are we emitting, what things can we save. So these things were going on in the background, and we started sharing things like our strategy and our surveys and things. And then we started attending the village hall community meetings. And actually, now we're at this particular stage. Tessa has asked if I would give a presentation to the halls of Oxford on our strategy, which is set up. So how we went about going from our survey, identifying our strategy, the actions to that, our objectives, and then our plan and what have you, and what we're doing for the future. And one of those things we talk about the benefits, so things about scalability, flexibility, the fact that we're reducing costs, reducing the CO2 emissions, and we've actually on the next slide, one of the things that we will be talking about is the measurement of our CO2 we've got. So we spent about 16.5 tons, of CO2. So far, we've done little yet in terms of making a major impact, but what we have done here is we introduced eco-flush systems in March, and that gave us a 27% reduction on water, which doesn't sound a tremendous amount, but when we consider we've had 27% growth in our bookings and footfall this year, that means that's almost equivalent to about 50% of our water reduction, which is great. So obviously it is scalable because depending upon the footfall, it means you're going to likely spend more water. However, that's a good example of where we've made a difference. And we want to do the same, obviously, fuel on electricity. But we have challenges, and those challenges we documented on I haven't shared it with everybody, but basically a mind map which looks at all of the issues we've got with the hall. This is going to be something we're sharing with the other, so how we built our strategy, how we're going to go about going after these things. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail now. You might want to ask questions about that, but you know, there's stuff in here which every hall has, and we all probably have to approach them in different ways. So our engagement is on. We're started. We're going to continue, and I think we can. You know, Halton is actually making quite an advance in the way that we can contribute to the other halls in Oxford in terms of the eco side of things, CO2 emissions reduction, and so forth. So I'll pass over to
you. Quickly, community benefit. I'd like to address how the grant to invest in solar energy will increase the community benefit of our facilities and activities held in the hall now and in the future. The predicted energy export return could be in excess of 1,000. It's all detailed up there. At the moment, we offer residents and regular bookings, reduced hire rates, and in some cases, free use. Currently, we support the following charities. There should be a slide, yes. The Maple Tree, it's Wheatley based. It supports families, mothers, babies, preschool children. And Holton Village Hall offers its spaces for outreach and holiday programmes and space for fundraising projects. And they use the orchard next door to the hall. Meeting space for Dr.
Can you bring
Rogers
your
charity,
Comments to a close,
another
please.
young person's charity. Are we at the end of 5
Yes,
minutes?
Sorry.
Oh, what a shame.
But it's not quick, actually.
We got the gist.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Clyde and Sonia.
I got all that.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Powell.
Yeah, thanks very much. Great enthusiasm. Do you feel, I know that there's clearly a financial benefit and an ecological benefit. Do you think you'll also be able to rent the hall out more, and will you see more footfall, more use of the hall?
Well,
once you've
absolutely.
completed
We're
your-
not only have I said we've got 27% greater footfall this year than we have the previous year. What we are aiming to do, and I think that slide there presents it, is we are offering out now through the Community First to others to actually to have events, but we're going to showcase our successes. So we're going to create a board. You know, we've got big notice boards there anyway, but a board with our how we're measuring our CO2 emissions, what success we've had in terms of you know, achieving those, and then what we're doing for the future, what things we're planning on. So, you know, we can't do everything all in 1 year, because obviously this is our strategy is fit for 50, so it's to go for to be you know, carbon neutral by 2050. But there is a number of things we can do to get to that particular point. So yes, certainly coming back to your point about it, we want to encourage others, so we want to open it up to other communities to come and see what we're doing. We want them to visit and talk to us about what we do. Certainly those ones that are looking for solar, and you know, in terms of, you know, improving their energy provision as well for the future. But I think when we talk about sort of you know, encouraging others to come, we seem to get a lot through word of mouth, and I think that's grown because Halton is a little unique as well in terms of its location. It's not right in the middle of a town. It's on the verge of the village. It's got an orchard next to it. It's built in 75. It's got a really nice, the facilities are really nicely laid out with toilets. Facilities are very clean, and all of the compliments we have from the people I've met when I've been letting them in and checking them out is what a lovely location. Great to have the orchard so the young kids can go and play there. So we're building on that really through a lot of people are coming back. So I'm going to have my kids' party here. So it is the worst going. So we've got people coming from Devon, and we've had people coming from Kent and meeting here because they've looked at the hall, they really liked it, they've heard about it. So you know, there's a limited about what we can do in publicising ourselves. But I think in terms of word of mouth and the fact that we are opening ourselves up through the Community First initiative to grant people access to come and see us and talk to us, and I'll be talking about that at the meeting that I'll be presenting to on the 13th.
Councillor Topping.
Hi there. We were hearing earlier from another village that they couldn't put solar panels on their roof, I think largely because the roof was flat. I assume you've had engineers' reports that indicate that
Yes,
you've got sufficient strength in the roof
Yes,
structure. I'm
it is.
assuming it's a pitched roof.
It is a pitched
Yeah,
roof, that's
yeah.
right. Yes, absolutely. So no, there's we don't need to modify that. The timbers are sufficient size to the.
Just looking at the
accommodate.
picture now.
We've had the moss removed from the roof.
Yeah, so it's all okay. You've had it cleared.
Yes, you
Yeah.
got it clear. That's right.
Good.
Absolutely.
Great. Councillor Bretherton.
Yeah, on that same sort of theme, your total project cost is quite precise. Is that a fixed cost? Is that a
It's
quote?
a lump sum cost for the work. Yes.
And how long is that valid
Well,
for?
I checked in with them last week, and it's good for this coming year. They know that our plan, if we get the finances from you that we need, then we probably would start that maybe in May, I guess, something like when the weather's better. Or we may have to leave it till August when we have a less footfall. It depends on the availability, because we'd have to block out basically a week. But no, it's secured there, and we have a 5% contingency allowed for should any increase. However, speaking to our third contractor, they said they feel prices are actually reducing slightly. maybe just a little bit. So they're certainly not going up. So I think we should be absolutely fine, even if they did go up a little bit. But certainly, when I checked with them, 5% was more than sufficient to cover.
That's built in, is it?
Built in.
Built in. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gordon Creed.
Thank you. Another practical question alongside some of the others. I assume you've had conversations with the distribution companies in terms of exporting to the grid, that you're allowed to do this.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
At the moment, all our return, we expect to get about £1,000 in revenue back from export, but that's based upon the 5p return tariff. Now, Cassington's getting 15p, and they got £900 between January and September of this year. So we will expect, because we've got more panels than they have, we would expect to maybe get double that amount. So, but obviously, all the estimates are done upon the 5p tariff. So that's why it will give us a revenue to explore other areas, because we have issues. We have things to do with, we have an oil-fired boiler aged. We need to do something about that. It's got a life expectancy. It's getting towards obsolescence. So therefore we need to change that at some point. But moving to an HVO is not practical, because it's about 5 times more expensive in terms of fuel oil because of the tax revenues on it. Going to electric, the whole has. So these are the issues that I'm talking about. So in terms of having sufficient funds, it's going to enable us to build up, to support the community in more ways than we heard before, in terms of opening up the hall to others, charge, charities, whatever, but also actually to help us look at what alternative we've got for the future. You know, technology will be moving all the time, so there's bound to be opportunities that we'll be able to take to get to achieve our journey, our 2050.
Great. Well, thank you, Clive and Sonia, for your presentation. And I think, we'll move on to the next application. Thank you. So we've got Anne Cartmel Trust. It's questions only, so there won't be a presentation. I believe we've got Jenny online. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Jenny.
Yes, fine. And we've also got Phil. I'm Jenny Hedge. I'm the chair of the Anne Cartmel Trust, and Phil Rooney is the vice chair.
Fantastic. And it's just questions only. Is that right?
Well, we felt that, you know, our application hopefully gave you most of the information that you would need. So we're quite happy to answer questions based on the information that we've sent already, rather than, you know, giving you another presentation of the same information.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, opening up to questions, Councillor Powell.
Yeah, thanks very much. I've got a couple of questions. First one, I wasn't quite clear from the paperwork. The bit that you are planning to replace,
yes,
is it it's greater in extent to the bit that you've already replaced? Is that correct? Because the price is high. So it's more to be, or is it the other way around?
No, the boardwalk, the first phase of boardwalk was longer, but this phase includes a bespoke Bison Bridge, which is much more expensive. That's coming in at between £35,000 and £50,000 just for the Bison Bridge. And so that's why the cost is actually similar to the cost of phase 1.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, second question was about commitment, any financial commitment from the parish council?
We have secured a small grant from Goring Parish Council with an invitation actually to apply again in April for a top up.
Sorry, how much have they committed to?
From their side, they've granted 1,500 out of the budget they had this year, which left them with nothing left, I think.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, on the same subject on money, there do seem to be some gaps still in the funding. The total cost you've got down as 121. with 60 potentially from ourselves and you putting in 30. You've secured 2,000, therefore there's 29 outstanding, some of which you've applied for, but there seems to be a gap of at least 15,000. Is that going to be made up by what you just referred to? More money from the parish council potentially next April?
Yeah,
Potentially, yes. If I can jump
Yeah,
in,
you
Jenny.
jump
Yeah,
in.
potentially, yes. We've got another top up potentially from Goring Parish Council. We've also applied to Southstoke Parish Council and waiting to hear back from them. But we've also opened up a number of other funding sources. So just recently, for example, the Masons. We thought we'd see whether they would commit any money to us. So the local Masonic Lodge. We've also started our own fundraising activities. So we've got some, what can I describe them as? Withymead on Tour coffee mornings planned for January, February, March. We're securing raffle funding, things like that. And we're also looking at some commercial organizations to see if they will sponsor us as well.
Can I, if I just fill in with more grant applications, we've been really well supported in the past by the Trust for Oxfordshire Environment and also the Chiltern Conservation Board through their DEFRA Access for All funding. Both those bodies have agreed to consider funding once we know we have, substantial funding already. So if we manage to achieve your funding, then it opens the doors to quite substantial funding actually from DEFRA Access for All, probably £20,000, I would guess.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I just have one final one. And so, sorry, can you just confirm that you've applied for all the funds now?
We've applied for the vast majority of funds. There are a couple of granting organisations that advise you to wait until you've achieved 50% of your target before you apply to them. So I think the Garfield Western is one organisation that advises you to specifically wait until you've got 50%.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jenny and Phil, for answering those questions. And we'll go on to the next application.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've now got Walborough and Shillingford Parish Council. I believe we've got Johnny. Is Johnny here in person? Oh, you're or online.
Right.
Johnny Hodge.
Great. Oh,
No, Jim, yeah.
not very well.
Me?
Breaking up.
It's breaking up a little bit.
Wonderful. Okay. Give me 2 seconds if I can also change my. Sorry, I was hearing you fine, so I assumed it was fine. Let me see if I can change my Wi-Fi onto the work one.
Okay, we can't hear you now, actually.
If you can hear me now, I haven't got a presentation. I just thought I would talk to you because obviously everything we've sort of put should be in the plans.
Okay, yeah, go ahead then, Johnny.
Sure. First off, obviously not my first time here. And thanks very much for everyone's time on it. We score very well on benefit community engagements, so thank you for recognising that. So I shan't really bang on about it. It is probably relatively uncomplicated in this village called refurb, and as you can see, clearly lots of different parts of the community. Also, it has a large amount of reach. I thought I would areas where we scoring to change of mind. So I think we've got 2 out of 6 in both those areas. Finance, too, I know you have heard this before. You said, so this complaint was that I can't be penalising applications that require 2 grants. Scheme this size can only be grant funding if you don't have enormous reserves. Yet no grantor is seemingly willing to be able to be on that says, yep, they want to be last, but everyone can't be last. I would say we've got solid and repeatedly.
Sorry, Johnny, you are breaking up quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So let me just change Wi-Fi. That will be better. So here's send as well. I'll be 2 seconds. Okay, how about that?
Yeah, we can hear you so far. Yeah.
Okay, great. Sorry. I'll assume you heard most of that. Yeah, finance. The finance piece is that we obviously need a lot of money and no one's got all of that money. So you get the rather silly thing that if you need only 75,000, you can say I'm not putting in anything and ask you for it. And it's an amazing plan, because if you say yes, they've nailed it. Yeah, somebody says, well, I need 200 grand. I need your 75. I need 100 from somewhere else. I'm applying to both of them, and both of them are places that we have succeeded before with these kind of plans. You're treated as if you've got a terrible plan. I can't understand how the logic works with that. So the point is that someone has to go first. And I think it should be SODC. So we've shown that we can with the pavilion project a couple of years ago, and a couple of years before that, the playground project, all with the same funding plan, which is SODC, FCC communities and the parish council, that we are able to deliver these projects. So I feel it's very harsh to give us that. We also say we have got a contingency plan, but I don't think you'll like it because we're going for 100 grand from SCC. If they say no, we don't have 100 grand. Unsurprisingly, we're a parish council. So I've identified a smaller version of the project, but obviously that delivers lower benefits. So we would be able to pay about 15,000 more. That will cost us out of our CIL budget ultimately in future projects, but we'd be willing to do it because this is our #1 priority project. But you'd end up turning it into about £120,000 project rather than 200, and that means you necessarily lose quite a few bits of the benefits. So there is a contingency plan. It's just nowhere near as good as being fully funded. The second one is on climate, which is that I would say we're doing all we can that is useful rather than point scoring. If you want us to point score, I'm happy to do it. It doesn't make any sense. Well, I spoke to the auditor after they said you might do these things, and we talked about usage, and they agreed that it was probably not right to put photovoltaics or ground source heat pump in because of the capital outlay for the number of hours of usage. Now, if we get more points and therefore funding for putting in an expensive bit of kit that I think will be underused, yeah, we'll do it. But I don't think that should be something you get underfunded for. We've instead said, well, heating, we would use the same heating system that the auditor for the pavilion project said, which is when someone's coming in for 1 hour and then it's empty for 5 hours, and then someone's coming in for 2 hours, you want the UV heaters which work really quickly, heat the room up and then dissipate. So you're not heating the whole piece. So we felt that we had gone in line with what our experience shows and was on the previous survey. So I don't think it's fair to say that we've disregarded what they said. We've done, I thought, all that we could on that because it didn't make sense to spend the extra money. And there's a lot of extra money for photovoltaics and ground source heat pumps. But if you can move me from a 2 to a 4 and put us into a different category by saying, spend the extra 3 grand and put in ground source heat pumps, of course we'll do it. I just don't think that's the way the panel should be looking at it. There are a couple other pieces. If you want occupancy sensors throughout the hall, we can do that. The reason we didn't is that the lights will be connected. Okay, the lights will be connected like the pavilion to timer which means that we are able to have things automatically turn off at the end of sessions. We do that elsewhere. And on the water piece, if you want different types of taps, you can have different types of taps. We're not stuck by those. That's what the guys came in with. So we're willing to make those changes if that helps us. And leisure space for judo, there is storage for the mats. That's part of the plan. It's on the stage, and they have started using it, which is great. So that's kind of me, really. Open to questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Johnny. Councillor Topping.
Yes, hi there. You referred to ground source heat pumps. Now, these are very expensive, not least to install, and very disruptive.
I meant air source.
I think you meant air source, yeah, which are
I did, sorry.
Easier and cheaper. Can you just repeat, have you looked into the cost differential between your solution and putting in air source heat pumps? Because I'm not convinced that the difference in capital outlay would be that significant.
We did get a quote. I haven't got it to hand, but it was several thousand. So you're right, it is air source. Sorry, not ground source. Air source heat pumps. We did look at that, but we, instead of looking at, a handful, probably a dozen throughout the whole building of the what are they called? The IR heaters look like great big Sonos soundbars, which came in really relatively cheap, and we are using very little. If the answer is you'll give us funding if we go with air source heat pump, we'll do it. It just didn't seem on the hours that the capital outlay was right. I think it was, £3,000, £4,000, £5,000 or so for the air source heat pump, and quite a lot less for the IR heaters. But we're not against them. We just thought it was, when it's already a very big chunky project, you're trying to work out who can give you the money. You're trying not to add unnecessarily.
Yeah, understood.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I wondered actually if I could ask a general question to our officers or anybody else who might know, because the notes I've made here is, has anybody done any work on whether it's worth having heat pumps in intermittently used buildings? Because it's my perception that a heat pump is very good for maintaining a base load heat distribution. But as Johnny pointed out, and this won't be the only place that it's involved in, is it more efficient to just heat what you want, when you want, even though it's more expensive at that time? You obviously aren't wasting lots of heat for the number of hours when the property's not occupied. And I say this can't be the only place where this is going to apply.
I would imagine that our climate team have probably done that work, but that's not something that we're experts in. So sadly, we wouldn't be able to answer that question.
But we've still
the
got
climate
that
team
as
may
one
well have done, and they do actually score these applications. They score the climate element of it rather than us, because we're the experts. So
Can I just make a comment on that?
Yeah,
I mean, I've looked into all this at home, and the general thing is, if you've got heat pumps, leave your heating on. Yeah, don't try to turn it on and off. Yeah, heat pumps work best if they're left on. So yes, it's a balance. Yeah.
Because that's our worry, Sue. That's our worry, Sue. As you know, clearly no one sleeps there. You need your house heated overnight, so all of your overnight stuff's wasted. And we have on average a couple of regular users for 1 hour each. Some of them will be 2 hours each day, a morning and an evening. There's so much dead time to be heating, and that's what has worked so well at the pavilion with those. And there was a different auditor, and she said it would be really good if you did this, because you'll use the energy just when you need it. I mean, it's warm within 2-3 minutes, smaller space at the pavilion, and then it turns off and you're done. But if you want us to put in heat pumps, we will. I'll add that, absolutely, because at the moment we look like we're getting very low scores, and we're trying to do everything we can on the climate piece. So if you want us to do something, we didn't do it because we didn't think it made sense economically.
Councillor Powell.
Yeah. Hi, Johnny. One of the other points that was made was about insulation, loft insulation, and whether there was more, because thinking, I follow your logic entirely. obviously you might get better payback for more, you know, for more insulation in the walls and the ceiling. What's your thinking about that?
Yeah, so thanks for bringing that up, Andrea. So the ceiling, as in the ceiling is the in the main hall is literally the roof. And the roof was redone, I think it was 15 years ago, 13, 14, 15 years ago. I just moved to the village, so about that. And so there is modern insulation in the ceiling all the way through both sections. The bits that will be redone are essentially the loft insulation, because there is a lowered ceiling in the, let's call it the non-main hall, the backstage area. So that, with all the refurbishment, all of that comes back out, new ceilings put in and new insulation. So that will have far better double insulation, and there'll be insulation in the side wall that goes onto the property behind, which has been drafty and has damp in it. The walls at the front are stone and brick. So I think we're doing everything we can on insulation in walls that can contain it, and ceilings.
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Arlett.
Yeah, just a quick question, Johnny, and I think you made actually a very good point here. And it's you know, what came first, the chicken or the egg? You know, basically you're saying, you know, if we grant X amount of funding today, it makes it easier for you to go out and get more grant funding. Is that a correct statement I'm making?
Absolutely. I mean, I have the same. I've had the same discussion with FCC and the SODC over the three big projects I've taken to the teams, and each essentially wants to be second. Now I understand that absolutely, because there's a guarantee that your money is going to be spent because this money completes it, but someone has to go first, and it seems so strange that we get penalised as end up sitting in a bracket that looks like you've got a bad plan, when our plan has worked twice. You know, Sue, Andrea, you've seen the pavilion, you've seen the playground. Both of those worked on exactly the same basis, roughly 50-50 from SODC and FCC. And then we gave about sort of between 10 and 25% from our funds as a PC. And we're doing the same thing here. You say yes here, FCC have a much better and rosier view of it. If FCC had happened to meet before you did, then it would be the other way around. But it's the fact that if I only needed 75k and I asked for all of it from you, that technically counts as 6. And I think that's crazy. And this is a 2, because I need more than you can give me. So I have to go somewhere else, and they haven't agreed to give it to me yet. There is a contingency, but I say you won't like it as much because it loses a lot of the benefits, because I have to cut out probably £75,000 worth of the work.
Thank you.
Councillor Gordon Creed.
Thanks, Johnny. You're making some extremely good points there. Can I just throw into the mix that you look at including the smaller things that will make a difference that aren't going to break the budget, which are things like capturing the rainwater for flushing, or using eco flush systems, or using, it seems like water usage could use improvement, and if you commit to that might help. I think your point with the IR heaters is probably very valid. You're dealing with the insulation, so electric and topo plugs and light bulbs and water would be the place that you could improve with very little outlay.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we'd be looking at. The bits that you keep are, you have to fix the underlying structure. So it is dealing with the damp issues, it is dealing with the very, I mean, genuinely post-war electrics. It's terrifying looking in the electrics cupboard. Dealing with the heating, so all of those bits which it's not the nice to have. So it's a shame, you know, you wouldn't end up doing that external works. You wouldn't be able to replace the main floor, which does need it. You probably wouldn't be able to alter the stage. The table and chair storage, which would be very beneficial, would have to change. And essentially you just replace everything where it is at the back. So the small kitchen is just replaced with a new small kitchen. The loos stay where they are, but not 50 years old, and you end up with an unused large area at the end rather than having the big configuration. Now that saves a lot of money, but it ends up doing still a very big project and rather disappointing way, because you finish it and go, why didn't you reconfigure at the back and use all that space? So we'd be doing the core bits. It's just you can't be as ambitious with the scale if we were to receive less money. And FCC, by the way, is a 1 or 0. It's binary outcome. You either get your 100k or you get no k, as opposed to your sliding scale.
Cool.
Hope that answers the question.
Anything else? Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Johnny.
Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we are running a bit behind, and I suggest that we take a break now, and we convene at 11:05. Thank you.
Can we do one more?
No, because it's going to get cross over the side.
Too long. Okay.
That's very true. The silence is at 11,
Yeah.
so we need to be back in our seats before that.
Ideally, that's what
quite
I'm
honest.
Yeah, I was going to say, the way you didn't pull punches there.
Well,
Never
yeah,
does. He's very blunt.
I think you get with a few of them, you know.
Ten seconds early.
Money is
Okay, welcome back, everyone. As the morning session will go over 2.5 hours allowed, please can we agree to extend this first session by the allowed 30 minutes?
Yes.
Yes. Great, thank you. Okay, so we will continue with the applications. So we now have Dave from the Earth Trust. Great, welcome, go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for members considering and the officers for the work that's gone in so far on our application. Earth Trust, as many of you will know, a very well loved lands, piece of piece in the landscape. You know, we do our very best to try and help people and nature thrive. We are most sort of iconically known for the Whittingham Clumps, situated between Didcot and Wallingford, but also nestled within some lovely villages as well. The clumps and the landscape's been used for generations. This year we'll have over 6,500 children will come visit, part of an organised school visit, and up to 200,000 visitors as well. The application, we obviously agree with all the positive things in the application, and then there's a couple of bits that we were picked up on, particularly around public benefit and around the financial position. If I move on to the next slide, if possible. Speaking to the sort of public benefit community involvement points, we've been doing a master planning exercise over the last couple of years, trying to really understand how we could help our visitors better move around our landscape, the different entry and access points we have into the landscape that we've got. You will see, you know, we are quite far situated from bus stops in Brightwell and in along Whittingham, but we do have the National Cycle Route 5 that comes through us, and we've got lots of bridleways and public footpaths as well. We've been doing lots of exercises to try and help us understand how we can better disperse and move people around the landscape that we've got. We've been engaging with visitors, parish councillors, but it is quite difficult to access and engage people that don't currently use it, or how can they improve access to it. The couple of pinch points that we do pick up are around sort of parking, around walking routes, and also around public transport. And how do people have sort of safe, reliable routes up to the space that we've got? We are beginning construction in January of our centre development project. So speaking to the finance issue, that's a £2 million construction project that will involve a new access track and car park, as well as landscaping features and a very extensive drainage system. So that's one of the reasons why we're holding so much cash at the moment for a construction project beginning in January. And on to the next slide. What we sort of recognise, and we've pictured, we're picked up in the LC WIP, we're picked up in the Didcot Carbon Town, is how can we improve access into this landscape, not just through sort of cars. So we've tried to understand, as people come to visit us, what could be done to help better move them around and what features they would want as they get onto the site to help them better move. So on the left-hand side are the walking routes that we're improving, and on the right-hand side, the cycle routes that we're improving across the 530 hectares, about 1,200 acres of land that we currently own. We'll go on to the next slide. So the ask is for 3 bike shelters, 2 with solar lighting, 1 e-bike, to help improve the visits and secure the visits that we have, the people that are coming there. We are holding a lot of cash at the moment, primarily due to the construction project. We had a house that we sold. We thought it was much better use of our money to sell that house and to invest in the construction of the car park and track. So that's the main reason why we're holding so much cash. I think the application recognises the contribution that these would have to active travel and action on climate. If we weren't to get the funding, we wouldn't do the project in this way. So we are going to, we're providing 50% of the funds. If we weren't to get funding from SODC, we wouldn't be installing £30,000 worth of bike shelters. We'd install £15,000 worth on our own, but not have the impact that you would have through e-bike charge points and covered storage that we have because of the funding that would be permitted. And on to the final slide. This all features as part of the wider improvements that we are working with a whole range of funders. So Trust for Oxfordshire Environment provide us some funding for walking routes. OCC are funding improvements to Lady Grove Greenway. That we met with the contractor last week. They've been appointed. They are beginning construction either this side of Christmas or in January. And that's a new 3 kilometre walking route from the edge of Lady Grove. So just you can see the public right of way just on the side of Lady Grove as it comes up here. And then it's 3 landowners between us and Didcot.
Last 30 seconds.
So at the moment, and I have cycled and run it, it's a very steep hill to come up. If you come through the roads or come from Long Wittenham or come from Brightwell, this is a much more gradual and gentler access for residents of Didcot to come up to the clumps. And when they get up there, this funding would allow us to provide e-bike storage, charge points, and 2 new additional shelters as well. So happy to answer your question from that and anything else. So yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you, Dave. Do we have any questions? Councillor Gordon Creed.
Hi, Dave. Thank you. This sounds great as a project. A very practical question. How are the e-bike chargers going to be powered?
Yeah, so at the moment we're on, we've got electricity. So we do have some solar panels, which are quite old. So we'll look to replace them in due course. But at the moment we get funding money off the grid. The electricity. Some of the solar panels will charge the solar lighting that were around the other storage points, but the e-bike charge points will be connected to the electricity that we already have on site.
Councillor Powell.
Thanks, Dave. I just ask a question about the timing and the co-currents of the various projects, because obviously provision of cycle storage would be useful like now. Is there any contingency on the other projects, or could you go crack on with these cycle storage even before the rest of the project is completed?
Yeah, we could do it. We've got it now. We've already got we know where the sites are going to be. It's just the availability of the product. But we've indicated that we could deliver it in March. If we were to get the funding now, we could deliver it in January, as long as the supplier and the contractor putting in the hard standing is available. So there's no codependency on OCC installing the Greenway between now and March.
Thank you.
Councillor Topping.
I think Councillor Powell may have covered this, but I was just going to ask about the timing of the delivery of the Lady Grove Greenway. When is that expected to be completed? I only asked this as a cyclist myself who spent 13 years rather dangerously riding on main roads into Didcot. I've always believed that the key to opening up cycling and making more people cycle is if they feel safe, and that means being on either completely separate routes or a protected cycleway alongside the road, ideally raised up above the road. So what do you know the timing for this improvement?
Yeah, so we spoke with the contractor's been appointed, and I believe the contracts have been signed between OCC and the contractor. They're talking about, they did go quiet for a while, but I understand that it all has to get spent down by March. So it should be installed by March, the very latest.
So the whole of this improvement?
Yeah, well, no, yeah, the 3 kilometres, the 3 kilometres between there and there. They are that will be done by March. OCC coordinated. I think it's 106 money, but I'm not totally. It might be still funds. I think it might be 106.
Anyone else? Obviously, you mentioned earlier about your high balance in terms of the reserves that you hold. Why do you need funding from us if you've got such a large bank balance?
Sure. So one of this is we do approach funders all the time. So you weren't the first, I guess, not necessarily the first funder, but you sort of look at what can different funders support you with. So Trust for Oxfordshire Environment have provided some funding for a new circular walking route. So we've got an arboretum on site, and they've got part funding that will allow us to improve access for that. We had some money from the North Wessex Downs for farming in protected landscapes. That's a new edible classroom that we're able to, like a no-dig garden. So it's not far from where the shelters are. And we just got some money from a DEFRA grant of about 85k that's already it's been installed right now at the bottom of Castle Hill. So one of the walking routes that goes around there. So when we're looking at opportunities for funding, well, actually, no, we've got a pot fund available that we are going to put for bike shelters. If we get some match funding and from SADC, actually, we can get a much better outcome. So we wouldn't be able to do e-bike charge points on our own. We'd probably just have a couple of shelters and some storage points. But actually, this funding would allow us to sort of meet the needs of residents that are moving through the landscape, either on NCN 5 or residents from the local towns and villages to come to us and then move away again. So it just allows us to achieve more with the funding that we've got.
So are you saying that the funding, the money that you do have is basically allocated for other things?
Yeah. So the 2 million. Yeah. So it's sort of £700,000 on the sustainable drainage system, and the track and the landscaping and cattle grids costs so much. So we're trying to maximise what we can do with the funds that we've got. So yeah, it's already allocated.
Great, thanks. Councillor Cooper.
On a similar point, really, I do you think there's any scope for the fact that we are giving a grant, if we decide to, that ought to generate a certain amount of publicity, which would indicate to people that we're interested in providing facilities like this to enable more cycling. I mean, there's quite a lot in here on, there's no demand for it at the moment, but I think we've got to put the facilities in to show that we welcome cyclists there. I mean, I've had quite a lot to do with this site, and I nearly always try and cycle, but the hill, I mean, not for nothing is it called Hill Farm. I have to get up and walk, quite honestly. But it seems to me, I'm delighted to hear about the new track that's being built. That's really good news. I thought it was one of those things on the shopping list that go on endlessly. But no, that's good. So together with that, I think the two projects together send a really good message out to the, population at large. So, and will you be able to say that, SODC are putting behind this?
Yeah, we'd be able to say, have a sign and so on, to say that, they've been installed by SODC and funded by SODC, and we'll be able to do it. We do similar things with the AONB. So we've got little things where they've been able to support funding. We've got little plaques and so on that people can see it. I think we'd also look to actively work with officers as well on how to communicate both that we've installed these, but also it's because of the funding that SADC provided, and we just wouldn't be able to do it in this scale in this way unless those funds were available.
Good, thank
you. Just one final one from me. Are you working with OCC on the bike shelters? Have you so they haven't suggested any more, or I don't
No, but yeah, we asked OCC if we could do the track ourselves because we think we could probably make the money go a bit further, but they wanted to use their own contractor and use their own funds, which is fairly reasonable. But no, we have spoken about others around active transport solutions before, and some people what they're interested in sort of varies, but hopefully because this meets the sort of needs of LC Whip, they've Didcot Garden Town, improves access to an active travel. It meets actually quite a lot of the key criteria of this funding pot.
Great. Okay.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application is Goring Tennis Club, and I think we've got Mandy and Jane.
That's right.
Have you got a presentation, or is it just
a presentation? I was going to ask, we're down for questions earlier, but I was going to say, can I take 30 seconds off my questions just to introduce us?
Yeah, go ahead.
There we are. So I'm Jane Cartridge, I'm chair of Goring Tennis Club. This is Mandy Jacklin, she's our welfare officer. She's responsible for the safeguarding at the club. Very important part of the club. We're applying for a grant towards the cost of resurfacing 3 of our hard surface tennis courts. We're in a pretty unique situation in Oxfordshire and indeed nationwide in that we have a free to use turn up and play public court that nobody has to pay for, and it's extremely well used by young people, particularly in the village. And hence our reach is much greater than just members of our tennis club, and the facility is a very important part of our local community. We offer playing opportunities to diverse groups. We're particularly proud of a walking tennis initiative that we set up fairly recently. We have a big group of mainly older, possibly health affected people who come and play tennis with softer balls and ball's allowed to bounce twice, so they've got a bit more time to get to it. And we also had courses to arrange girls to participate in tennis, which is girls are underrepresented. And our coaching is open to non-members as well. We're planning to introduce pickleball, which is very popular as well. And also we are part of the Sheepcote working group. Our tennis court's located on the Sheepcote recreation ground, which is just, it's really in the heart of Goring Village. So we're very much collaborating with other users of the Sheepcote bit. And that was just what I wanted to say. So if anyone's got any questions for us.
Yes. Any questions? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I noticed there are 0 marks here for action on climate emergency. I'd like to ask you about how people get to your club. Do most people drive there? Have you got any cycle routes? Can people cycle there? Or walk, presumably from, a certain area of Goring?
We have a fairly restricted car parking area, so a lot of people do walk or cycle. Most, about 80% of our club members actually live within 3 miles radius of the club. So a lot of people do walk and cycle.
And I come from Didcot and I catch the train, so and the tennis club is within 2 minutes walk of the station.
Yeah,
and I think quite a few people cycle as well, don't they?
Oh, good.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at pictures. It looks like there are some cycle racks, sort of.
And then the barriers to stop people.
They're barriers, rather than
Those,
cycles.
yeah.
But I bet they're used. That's where I put my bike.
good. Thank you.
Councillor Topping.
I just wanted to ask about the nature of the resurfacing. From the preamble, it looks as if the current surfaces have been around for 25 to 30 years, so they've done pretty well.
They have done very well, yes.
Yeah, is the idea to grub them up and start again, or is it a question of putting a new surface on top of the old surface?
The latter is exactly.
Yes, which is actually a much greener option because you're not then having to dispose of the existing surface.
They will end up a little bit higher than the
Yes.
existing courts, and therefore we have to have new posts and nets fitted, which is part of the programme.
Yeah, and the surrounds can be maintained, or are they being replaced as well? The fencing.
The fencing is being maintained. There's no work planned on the fencing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Arnott.
Yeah, can I just mention that where you got action on climate emergency, where you've scored the amazing 0 out of 6.
Could you just repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, where you've scored 0 out of 6 on the action on climate emergency. I would imagine if we look at the last 2 or 3 lines on that, there must be something you could add into there to boost the score. Basically, by choosing a local supplier to keep transport emissions at a minimum, you must be able to do something with that. And also, or reviewing options by choosing more sustainable materials for the works. Now, surely you must be able to do something to that to boost that 0 out of 6.
I would have thought that tarmac is tarmac in terms of the resurfacing material.
Someone that's written this report obviously thinks that there are different services.
There are alternative services, but that would mean digging up the courts and relaying something completely different. So, we have no option other than to stick with tarmac. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first.
You've got a
comment
local
about adding
contractor.
more. It's Chiltern Sports who are within the Chiltern area. Yeah, I've got it right now. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Gordon Creed.
Thank you. On that front, what I would say is that it is possible to get repurposed tarmac.
Right.
Tarmac that is come from.
Possibly. I think there's certain qualities to the tarmac. It mustn't contain too much of a percentage of something that can oxidise, because then you get orange spots all over the courts. I mean, I'm no expert, but
yes. But would you be willing to look into getting a sustainably sourced, locally sourced tarmac as possible?
Sure.
In order to, and plus also the fact that most of your members do walk and ride or train, because it seems getting 0 out of 6 is a low bar.
I mean, are we able to make changes at this stage in order to?
That's why you're here.
Well, it's certainly something we would consider. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. As long as it fits it in with the standards for tennis court.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, any other questions?
Yeah, but got
Councillor
one
Bradford.
question. So somewhere in the report, I can't remember exactly where, it says you had got 2 other projects on the go, which were you're going to use your reserves for. Have they? It says also they'll be done by September. Given that we're now in November, have those projects been completed and the money sort of spent on those?
We just completed new floodlights. We've switched
Floodlights was one.
LED floodlights.
And
And
new clubhouse roof was the other one.
Very nice new clubhouse roof. Yes.
You have.
So those
Okay.
are those
All right.
finished
Thank you.
paper.
Right, any other questions? Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
for your patience. The biscuit kept me going.
Okay, we now have the Forge. We've got Paul. Yeah, great. Do you have something to present?
No,
No.
I'm just reading straight from a piece of
Okay, great.
two sides.
Brilliant. Okay, do you want to go ahead then?
Yep, sure. So first of all, just to introduce myself, my name is Paul Rollison. I'm one of the trustees of the charity Forge Binfield Heath. I'm also a parish councillor of Binfield Heath. Bit of background, Binfield Heath is 4 miles from Henley-on-Thames, 6 miles from Reading. There's one shop, one pub, one bus service, no village hall, no community centre. In January 2022, an opportunity arose to fulfil and replace, or not replace, but to provide some sort of village community centre. The actual Forge building in Binfield Heath has been the centre of the village since early Victorian days, originally a blacksmith forge and latterly from the 1960s a garage until its closure and sale in 2022. The site also includes a 3-bedroom cottage with good-sized garden next door. There was a certain amount of alarm when the forge and cottage were suddenly put up for sale in January 2022 when the owners decided to retire and move to another area. A villager offered a personal donation to the village to facilitate the purchase of the buildings and conversion of the Forge building to a community hub. With the assistance of the parish council and volunteers, a charity was set up. The site was purchased, or the donation was given, the site was purchased and plans for a conversion were made. Firstly, the cottage was refurbished. A very attractive Victorian cottage has been refurbished and is currently on a lease to a tenant who's been in there for just coming up to a year in December and has now signed for another year till December 2026. This provides important income for running of the Forge. And a few statistics about the Forge. The site being refurbished is just over 200 square metres, 8 rooms, room-stroke areas, 8 access doors, materials to be used, reclaimed clay roof tiles, black timber cladding to some walls, reclaimed bricks to match the existing, heating by air source heat pump powered by electricity from photo cells, lighting consisting of energy saving LED fittings, flooring will be vinyl sheet, building will be highly insulated to comply with current regulations. The major works will be a new roof, new structural floor slab, new windows, doors. 5 on-site parking bays, including a disabled bay, bicycle storage. EV charging point. Well, actually, there's 2. There's one with the cottage, which is currently being used by the tenants. There'll be another one for the Forge. External works will include block paving, sympathetic planting and grass around the area. A small extension will be put onto the original building. The contract value, approximately 700,000. Contract period, 42 weeks. Completion autumn 26, and I'm pleased to say it started on the 2nd of November, so it's just started the building work. Plans for the future. Commercial, we have been in contact with, we've had 3 or 4 public meetings which have been very well attended over the period since January 22. So the villagers are very much involved. So we have come up with ideas which are basically what they have suggested. Commercial use on a rental basis, hot desking facilities in all rooms for hire, but for homeowners and villagers. Village events, the parish council, which currently has no particular venue it can use because there's no village hall.
30 seconds left.
Village society, flower show meetings, polo club meetings, a repair shop they want to set up, a local club for photography, bridge, scout meetings, Christmas market, Christmas carols, arts, venue for Henley Arts Trail, May 27, a permanent exhibition of local photography of the village over the years, and then health facilities such as yoga, Pilates, treatments, baby groups, etc., and a certain amount of storage for parish council and village archives. We have appointed someone in the village who is taking on how to run it when it does open, and she has experience running a charity, so she knows a lot about.
Can you bring your comments to a close, please?
So that's it.
Great, perfect timing. Do we have any questions for Paul? Councillor Powell.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm looking at it online as well. It's a great project, and I think for a community like Binfield Heath that really has no other facility, I can understand why there's such interest in this. You didn't score very highly in the paper for action on the climate emergency, but from what you're saying, you are addressing that quite considerably.
Well, that's been seriously looked at.
Yes.
Like everything has been done with that in mind, basically,
So
as far as solar panels,
heat pumps,
heat pump is all there.
So it feels like that marking is actually a bit low.
Perhaps not everything was put down.
Yeah.
Councillor Topham.
I was going to say the same. I'm very confused because I've been looking at slides showing and your presentation showing that you were addressing all of the things that I would expect you to want to address in a refurbishment of a very old building to bring it up to modern standards as far as you're able to. Because I know from experience of refurbishing old buildings that it's actually quite difficult sometimes to get to the top standards.
Especially the insulation.
But you can only do what you can do with the material that you've got. And it struck me that you were doing everything possible. So I do believe, and I was rather surprised by a score of 1 out of 6, which seemed rather damning. And I would like to think that we could address that if we can, with officers maybe giving us some comments as to why it scored so badly. But perhaps that's this afternoon. I don't know.
Is that something we can revisit and give more information, or is all the information there? It's just not.
Well, you've given a lot today in the presentation that you've given to enable us to have, if it's the appropriate time, is this afternoon.
Do you want to comment now or later?
Well, the climate team have obviously scored it based on the information that was provided in the application. If you've now given us more information, members can consider that this afternoon and can look to increase the score according to what they
We
feel
are allowed
they've
to do
heard.
that.
You are allowed
I
to
mean,
do
what
that.
I can do is leave with you the information I have here, just in case it is missed out.
Good idea.
Thanks. Councillor Gordon Free.
For this morning and this afternoon.
I'd already logged that in terms of discussion, and I'm sure you guys have as well. But so the other one that I just wanted to clarify, because it also sounded like it has changed, is the score both for corporate plan priority and additional corporate themes. It sounds like in terms of going forwards, your engagement with other organisations, systems, community is also exceedingly high, and this facility, once it's done, is going to draw even more of that. Would you say that was so?
Well, that's correct to a degree, but one probably important point which I didn't mention was that in consultation with the villagers, there are going to be no evening events, so no parties, no weddings, dead centre in the village. There are houses opposite, and people don't want noise late at night. So it will be events through the day, and space will be available pretty well for anyone to hire. And the rooms will be flexible, so they could be opened up and closed down and what have you. But no, we don't want any parties, weddings, anything like that.
Yes, no,
Councillor Powell.
Yeah, thank you. And there's obviously been a very impressive fundraising effort to purchase it in the first place.
Well, not so much that. There was a specific person
donation
in the village who made a massive
Right.
donation.
So I'm just thinking what you're just saying there, actually, as a cyclist, it looks to me like a great place for a cafe where, you know, you might get casual business. Is that, I'm just thinking then about revenue generation, future revenue generation, if you're looking for further improvements. Is there, do you have, you presumably, I wanted to assume you have a business plan of some kind for future.
Yeah, obviously we have the property next door, the cottage, which brings in an income, and that will be steady. And at the moment it's 2,500, but once the building work is, because it's now in the middle of a building site, but when the building is finished in August, autumn really, on the safe side, that rental will go up. As far as, yes, the cafe has been discussed. There is a very attractive courtyard between the back of the cottage and the side of the forge, which 3 Elite is the cottage. And where there's little trees, all that courtyard could be made quite attractive. However, we are not pursuing that at the moment because the shop over the road is being redeveloped, upgraded, and the post office is all being redone. Unfortunately, that started last week as well.
And so that provides a cafe.
Well, it will do. They've got a very nice courtyard and an old stable at the back, which they're planning. So we're not going to commit to anything. If they do it, then that's fine, because we will cooperate.
Also somewhere where we can stop, that's all.
Yes, exactly, there will be. And it's a very popular cycle route. Yeah.
Any other questions? I just had one. So you had some points deducted because it looks like as an organisation you can fund the whole project yourself based on your bank balance. What can you give some?
Yeah, the cash is there to finish the job. Just the budget that we put towards the job doesn't quite do it without the grant.
Right.
So it's, you know, the job will get done, but it will be done more effectively and better with possibly, you know, if there are questions about different materials as we move on, we would prefer to use the better materials. Therefore, grant would be very useful.
Okay. And obviously the scheme is quite heavily subscribed. If you were awarded under £25,000, with your funding gap, would you be able to complete the project within 12 months?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Any other questions? No, great. Okay, thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next application we have Abingdon Rugby Club, and we have Paul. Right, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is just an update really on everything. There's no presentation. So my name is Paul Nangle. I'm a volunteer at the Rugby Club. I have been for the last 19 years. First of all, thank you to members for considering our grant application and officers for putting together the evaluation report itself. Abingdon Rugby Club was formed in 1931. It's the first time we've approached the council for a grant. So we're fairly sustainable, really. This builds upon the officer's request for further information on the 3rd of October. The project itself significantly improves the capacity of a community facility with local community support. The proposed change rooms show that they fit the Vale of Whitelaw's joint local plan to 2031. The National Planning Policy Framework, SODC's Council's Environmental Plan, Action on Climate Change and Nature Recovery, the Council's Thriving, Healthy, Inclusive Communities theme, the Equality Act of 2010, and strongly aligned with the Vale of White Horse R42 playing pitch strategy. The budget itself, which was the main criticism in the evaluation report itself, if I can just explain a little bit about that. We originally had a budget which was put together by Sport England. They're always over the top. They're not the best kind of we've got, you know, and they're bloody useless. Looking at the average building cost in the area, we assumed £410,000 for the change rooms itself. These change rooms meet the latest RFU minimum standards, and that's why they're slightly larger. In fact, they're 3 times larger than the existing change rooms within the club itself. The architect then looked at it in terms of local pricing, and that was put at £508,992, and that was in the original application form itself. However, since then, we've spoken to a quantity surveyors, and they've priced it between 400,000 and 435,000. And in the last 3 weeks, we've had 3 builders in who suggested that it would be between 410,000 and 452,000 for the whole project. They think they can sharpen their pencils further due to the slowdown in building projects and the forward books for next year and the year beyond due to national policies impacting upon the industry. So a quick update on the actual funding. The RFU additional grants, there's a meeting in fact on the 19th of November to look at that. We've spoken to the RFU. They are fairly confident that 50,000 will be given to us because of the projects have actually failed around the country due to planning, etc. The Mathematic Foundation application we sent in, we weren't awarded that. There was 118 applications and only 5 awarded in the end for £2,000. The Landfill Trust also turned us down because the age of the landfill where the rugby club is, and it's totally built on landfill itself, is now too old, and therefore the £5,000 application to them was discarded. However, the good news is that we did approach the Sil Fund community grant, and the Vale of White Horse actually, instead of providing £2,000, they've confirmed £5,000 from that fund. So that's now sat within the fund itself. In addition, Dark and Taylor, who are local contractors, have come forward and they will be providing £18,500 worth of costs to the project in terms of the M&E. We've improved the buy a brick page, which now stands at £3,800 to the end of October, because we're nearly a month afterwards in terms of that value. But people are still participating in that. And individual gift aid donations have now come to 2,900. So in total, instead of the shortfall of 60-odd thousand, which we thought was the case originally when we applied, that's about £1,200 now, if the council is willing to consider our application for the full amount. And just to reinforce our motto, rugby is more than just a game. It's about transforming people's lives, building connections and creating opportunities. This is the heart of our everything we do. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Paul. Councillor Powell.
Do you need planning permission?
It's already been granted.
It's been granted.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Any other questions?
Yes.
Councillor Arlett.
Did you say it's just a game, but winning is everything?
No, it's not about winning all the time. No.
I'm very encouraged with rugby clubs, especially the likes of Henley. It's really a struggle for you chaps to run these clubs. I think you do absolutely brilliantly well. The way you run them here, well, Henley does anyway, and I would imagine you're the same. So
we're not quite as well.
So you've got an ex-sportsman. You've got an ex-sportsman on your side anyway.
Thank you.
Councillor Powell.
Yeah. So one of the obviously this is targeting women players, and that's something that's clearly on the up with the recent successes at the national level.
Yes.
And just so I'm correct, you're saying you're hoping to achieve a minimum target increase of 40 female players.
Correct.
So what do you currently have?
Well, in fact, at the start of the season, we've actually grown that by another 10. So at the moment, we've got 42 already playing.
So you're looking to double?
Absolutely.
And is that of all ages?
We've always had, for over the last 15 years, young girls turn up to play mini rugby, Once they get to the junior age of 10, they tend to drop off because they can't play with the boys in terms of tackling. So we miss out on that. So what we've invested in over the last 3 years is female coaches to take the girls further. Now, there's been far and few between of those, and been no real role models for them to look to. But clearly, the England team winning the World Cup this year, the television stations covering more of the women's Premiership games as well. It's starting to open that up a little bit more. So yeah, we're encouraging that further. And these changing rooms again will help because even having the minis on site, they've been having to use the club toilets rather than the change room toilets, whereas now they'll have their own separate toilet area.
Once they get to kind of, you know,
And they feel
adolescents, they certainly
comfortable.
don't want to be
Yes.
changing
Yeah.
toilets, do they?
Councillor Topping.
Hi there. I think you've addressed a lot of the financial issues, and that seems to be the area that you've been marked down on in
Yes.
the overall scoring. Would it be possible for you to leave a summary of because you went through some additional amounts and where it was coming from? Could you leave a summary
I can
with
do that.
us
Yes.
so that we can look at that this
Yeah.
afternoon when we come up with the final decisions? Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
So you're building these changing rooms so that RFU compliant. Is that because you are entering into competitions and things like that?
Yes,
So it has to be.
Yes,
that way.
females already play in the competition, have done for the last 2 years. And the new change rooms are specific to the female requirements, so they are much bigger, better equipped, don't have urinals and things like that. So whereas at the moment we only have one set of toilets and they have to use those. So she's not pleasant.
Hair dryers and mirrors, that's important.
There will be, yeah. Fancy units. Oh.
Goes for the boys too.
Any other questions? I've got just one final question, similar to the one previously, just obviously with the scheme being oversubscribed, if you were awarded under £25,000, would you be able to complete it within 12 months, which is the requirement for under £25,000?
Yes, and with the programme we put together and shared with you, yes, we aim to try and complete this by end of October next year. So.
Okay, brilliant. Okay,
Okay.
That's everything.
Phil said no, wouldn't he?
Cool, great. Well, thank you, Paul.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
And we will go on to the next application, which is Whitchurch Preschool. I believe we've got Becky online. Yep, go ahead, Becky.
Fantastic. Hi everyone, my name is Becky Gallier. It's lovely to meet you all. Have the presentation slides, are they available? If not, I can share from my end.
Yeah, just load them up.
No
Yeah, we're just
problem.
loading them now.
Perfect. So just whilst that's happening, so I am one of the volunteers who's on the committee for the preschool and have been involved in the preschool for the last 2 years. Whitchurch Preschool is an amazing preschool located in the village of Whitchurch on Thames. We are a very small volunteer-led community preschool with a brilliant set of teaching staff. On the next slide, you can just start to see the problem we're tackling, which is so that's the site of the school, which is on the same grounds as the Whitchurch Primary School. So we share this playground with the reception class. Although it's part of our main building, we actually have it as a shared space, which is lovely because it really helps with the children as they integrate and move up into the primary school setting. On the next slide, you can see that we have a challenge with the existing AstroTurf, which is now reaching end of life. It's highly prone to flooding. And is starting to cause a problem in terms of being able to use the space. We were really fortunate to upgrade the preschool building itself last year after a huge community effort to fundraise and support that project. And the only thing now holding us back is really the playground space. We are looking to replace that AstroTurf with a durable all-weather resin surface, which will be age appropriate for the children that we support at the preschool, and also start to look at ways in which we can make sure that that becomes an amazing, inspiring and engaging space that aligns with our principles as a school around engaging in outdoor play. On the next slide, you can just start to see some of the ideas we have around really making it a space that will be age appropriate for 2 to 4 year old preschool children, and then 4 to 5 year old reception class children. So there'll be a racetrack that they can engage with. And then on the next slide, you can start to see some of the additional things that we're going to start to use in the space. So natural play elements, sheltered areas, which aligns with our Hugo principles around welcoming, sustainable and nature-focused play spaces. I will stop there and would love to answer any questions you might have on our grant application.
Great, thank you, Becky. Do we have any questions? Councillor Topping.
On community benefit, this has been marked at 2 out of 6, and I think possibly the major reason for that is that it's only open to preschool children. We have a similar thing in the village that I live in, and there is a play area that is physically adjoining where the preschool have their space, but it is open more generally. Would it be possible to have this open to people perhaps when the preschool isn't operating, so in the holidays and weekends and whenever, longer evenings in the summer, or is that not possible for a specific reason?
Yeah, we'd love to. Unfortunately, because we share the space with the primary school, a number of their resources are also stored in the outside space. So as you go into the school classrooms, for example, they have a big outdoor play area, as well as some of the preschool equipment at the moment, both from a kind of security perspective, but also from our insurance, we wouldn't be able to open the space up more broadly. We do already have a number of events where we bring in additional children into the preschool setting and make it more accessible, as well as open days and other settings where children can come. But for now, it's not possible to have it as a kind of public access playground, unfortunately.
Councillor Powell.
Yeah, thanks. And I love the slide we're seeing now. The Hugo principles are really nicely captured there. Couple of questions. First of all, how many children attend the preschool currently?
So we're up to about 40 on our peak days, but we really vary between sort of about 10 up to sort of 35, 40, which is sort of our capacity. We are a feeder into Whitchurch Primary, and then we have children from a number of surrounding villages. We are sort of the main preschool in our specific area.
Right, lovely. And I noticed from your responses, you've clearly asked the children what they want as well. And so that's helped. I assume that's helped you to shape what you're proposing here.
Yes, it was one of my favourite parts of this process was the random ideas they came up with. Unicorn Land was high on the agenda. We have failed to deliver on Unicorn Land, but I'm hoping they won't be too disappointed. But yeah, so we've really tried to involve them as part of this, as well as seeking advice from education experts around how best to use the space. At one point, we were looking at a more permanent physical structure in the centre. You can kind of see the play climbing frame we have at the moment. A lot of the advice at the moment is to not go for anything permanent. So all of the play structures we're looking at putting in place are movable, which means the space can be used for multiple purposes. We have an external person who comes in and runs sports with the children. That means we could potentially reallocate and reuse the space to be able to serve those different purposes. And it really encourages open-ended play. So although there'll be a sort of racetrack on the ground, there's no real restrictions around how they can use it. And it does mean they can bring trikes, scooters, running races, whatever they like, to be able to use that space in a really creative way.
Any other questions? No, I don't see any. Okay, thank you, Becky.
Fantastic. Thank you for letting me join remotely. Really appreciate it. Catch up soon.
Okay, great. We will now go on to the next one, which is Towersey playing fields. I believe we've got John and Jennifer. And go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, and thank you for your time and consideration of our application. So just to give you a quick backdrop, we're lucky enough to have a 7.9 acre green space, 1 mile southeast of Tame, which has, it is connected by the road, but there's also the Phoenix cycle trail that runs down the other side. And the project we're proposing is quite a large one, so we're having to take a phased approach. Hence, we have to start, unfortunately, with car parking and the car issues. It has, in the Tame Town plan, there is an acknowledgement that there's a shortage of green spaces because of the kind of huge development that's going on in our local communities. And so we've had approaches from various sports clubs within the area who are at capacity. Now, the one leading the charge is Tame Cricket Club, mainly because the number of junior players and girls in particular. So they would like to set up a second cricket ground at the playing fields in Towsend. So much so that we're in advanced talks with them now, and they're chasing funding to try and build a new cricket square there. Currently on site, we've got a dilapidated old building and a car park that is more like a bomb site. It's attracting antisocial behaviour, and generally it's a danger as well. So in terms of community needs, we did a village survey back in 2018. We have regular newsletter updates. We run an event on the August Bank holiday called Towsend Fringe, which attracts up to 5,000 local people and has generated over £200,000 in funding. And we have a village meeting this Sunday by way of an update. And for community benefits, as I've mentioned, the cricket club, we recently just engaged with some people who'd like to set up a girls and boys grassroots football club. And we're also in touch with Chinner Rugby Club. As a result, if we're successful in being able to build this new car park, we've agreed as a committee to buy a temporary changing and lavatory facilities, because at the moment there's no facilities on site at all, because they're all within the dilapidated building. We obviously want to reduce antisocial behaviour that seems to be going on around the back of the existing clubhouse. So it's important we bring that down. In terms of climate change, some points that we haven't added on our application was obviously to accommodate electric vehicle charging. And we're engaging with the village biodiversity group in terms of the best way to cope with trees and re-hedging. We're also considering water retention underneath the car park, because obviously we're on a slope, so there is a large amount of water there. So that is currently being investigated. And in terms of the corporate plan theme, well, I've covered it really in terms of the water retention and the new tree planting, which roads. There's anything else, isn't there? Well, all I would say, as I've got time, is that the actual overall plan is to create a new clubhouse, obviously, with sporting facilities, changing rooms, and a community space as well for all age groups to come from Tame. If we can connect to the Phoenix Trail, then people from Tame can cycle, walk, run. They don't have to drive. But at the moment, the car park does need replacing, because of the state of it, but it needs to be made slightly bigger. And this was brought to our attention by Tame Cricket Club when we were talking about the number of cars, if there were to be a cricket match there, etc. So it's part one of a much bigger project. The main project includes things like solar energy, potentially wind power, because we do get a lot of wind up there. And that's it, really, I think, at the moment.
Right, thank you. Councillor Gordon Creed.
Thank you. Can I just ask with regards to the water retention, how far along you are. As you're having to redo the car park, and there will obviously be runoff and drainage issues.
Yeah.
Planning only currently mandates getting rid of rather than storing. I do happen to know that storing now is possible with very large commercial that have built-in pumps.
Yeah.
Which would mean then you could use rainwater to water.
Yeah.
What you will need to water. And is that something that you've considered?
So we're awaiting the civil engineer's report at the moment, but that's very much what we're talking. Originally, it was just about drainage.
Yeah.
How to get water, but it's actually not about, as you rightly said, it's about retaining that water and reusing it.
Yeah.
Rather than just running it out. Absolutely.
And we have a French drain right on the boundary, so we'd likely be looking to put it in that space.
Right.
So routing the water into that space and then containing it there right on the boundary. So.
And the technology now does also come with pumps and filters that you can then use the grey water for all the toilets. So you're not using any names for those usage.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And connecting the roof when the building goes up.
Yeah.
Into that. Absolutely. Yeah.
Great.
Right, Councillor Topping.
Yeah, my question is about the 7 acres. How good are the playing fields? How usable are they? And having spent the money on the new car park and demolishing the building, could Tame Cricket Club, amongst others, make immediate use of the fields, or will there have to be a second phase to improve, the drainage of the land in order to make them usable, or are they usable as we speak now?
So that they are usable. They're used on a casual basis at the moment, but we'd like to engage with actual clubs to come and use the space in a formal way, if you like. So for football and rugby, absolutely. The cricket club like the space, because we've got the space, and the outfield, it would need some treatment, absolutely. But they do need to put in an actual cricket square, which costs about 20, 30, 40,000 pounds, depending on the.
And would they?
They are seeking their own funding from the ECB to do that.
You also talked about temporary toilet facilities. So with those and a decent car park, it could be used from day one.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. But people would have to change in their cars or come changed,
So
or go home for a shower and that
You
sort
don't
of
have to
thing.
go home for a shower. The showers is the big, we don't have, but bathrooms.
You don't have yet.
And changing rooms.
Yeah.
The change room, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Change rooms will be there.
Oh, what, from
Yeah,
day one?
so we found a unit that has 2 changing rooms.
Okay.
It's a temporary.
Temporary, yeah.
It's literally, it's almost like a metal container
Yeah.
as such.
But as we've previously, there are 2 changing rooms and 2 bathrooms.
And that's included in the figures we're
No,
considering
this is
now.
completely independent, but what we want to do is to make sure that we can get people using the site and using the framework. It's a huge asset that is really being underutilized. So the faster we can get kind of changing rooms and facilities in that space, the faster we can get them people using it and hiring income as well.
It's sort of chicken and egg thing,
Yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely.
You need to have the facility for people to go, oh, this is
Yeah,
wonderful, and we now want to use it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, because at the moment it's just used by children on a irregular basis. As it were.
Councillor Powell.
Yeah, thanks very much. And my questions are about the relationship between Towersey and Tame, actually. As in, because you have your own neighbourhood plan.
We
in
do.
Towersey,
Yep.
But presumably, I mean, an awful lot of the Tame development is your side of Tame, isn't it? So
Yes.
I'm imagining, I think you've mentioned that you would expect usage from
For sure.
Tame as well. So within the Tame has a parish neighbourhood plan?
Yeah.
Yeah. So does it mention Towersey as well, or are they seen as 2 completely separate entities? Is there any connection between the 2?
We sit in I think it's the Chinner Ward. So we're outside of Tame, but it's the Tame plan that raised the issue that there's not enough green spaces given the growth in population in the general area.
So that being the case, is Tame Town Council a potential source of funds as well? Are they able to fund
That's a very good question, and
Doesn't talk about that.
Yeah.
yeah,
They're not allowed to, because it's outside the parish.
Is that right? That was my question.
yeah, technically.
So
this
even
is
though they
outside
could be
parish,
creating a lot
yeah.
of demand for your services, then there's no mechanism. But presumably you might be able to collaborate on some funding.
That's
applications.
yeah, that's the idea, hopefully.
Councillor Gordon Creed.
Two things. One, I'm just going to say that Chinna was recently approached by Tame to host a fun run and they couldn't. So I'm thinking your venue might be perfect for that and it would be ready from day one. That's just giving you that. From the running groups in Tame.
Yep.
But also, I know that possible objections from the Towersey residents might be the extra car element. And so how would you address that in terms of, yes, we know the Phoenix Trail is there, but they're coming with kit, I'm just saying that, I know that that's you're likely to meet some resistance. How have you engaged with the community or thought about that?
So we did a survey, which went to every resident or every household in the village. And that wasn't a major issue raised then, but that was pre-COVID, of course. We are, as I say, we're having another village meeting next week where we listen to what everyone's got to say. One of the things we will plan to do is at the moment, the entrance to the car park is right on the road. And it's almost to set the entrance back away from the roadside, giving space for cars to come in and go out without blocking the road. But as I know, Towersey well, we have horrific problems down at the crossroads when there's an event on at the village hall. Parking is, and it's only a matter of time before there's an accident there, I think, because people just don't want to walk anywhere, you see. So that's part of the plan, is to address that and actually move the village hall up to the playing field. But to answer your question, it's basically about making it easier to access in and out. Which again, sorry.
I think also there's two other points. One is it has in the past been regularly used for sporting, Princess Risborough Rugby Club used to use it for training. I think it was twice a week at one point. We do have, even now, some big annual events there where there's hundreds of cars, which I'm sure the residents wouldn't be happy if we did that every weekend, but I think if we get the cars off the road, actually, by giving them easier access in and freeing up that kind of road space so that they're not blocking roads, I think actually overall people will see that as a benefit. But the very houses that are directly across from the entrance, they are the ones that probably get most frustrated. But even for them, based on what we've heard so far, getting clearer access and more parking space so people aren't parking in their spaces seems to be the answer.
Councillor Cooper.
You've mentioned cycling there and cycle racks, and I think it says somewhere there's a cycle rack. What about public transport buses? According to this map that Andrew's got, there's a bus stop there, or is it one of these services that doesn't do anything at weekends?
It varies from year to year, doesn't it? But there is a bus stop.
There's actually two bus stops, one by the playing fields and one by the village hall.
So mostly filled with books and plants.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there still a bus route that comes
I believe there's a bus once a day.
Yeah,
Each direction.
it's not really usable.
No, but the irony is that actually the main road, if you can imagine, you've got Tame here and Towersey here, the main road to High Wycombe, which is where the buses go to, is here. And all they're doing is just doing a dog leg. Or they could, but they decided it'd be easier to just do that. And there's a good argument to say, actually, this should be reviewed. I think it was reviewed a couple of years ago, and hence we get one bus a day, I think it is, each way. But that would make complete sense.
Well, if there was something to come for,
Absolutely, yes.
they might reconsider.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
Any other questions? Just on that bus discussion, there is the 121 bus, I think, that Tame Town Council run. Just wondering if it's worth having a conversation with them if a lot of people are coming from Tame. I know that they go to Hadnam and Tame train station. Is that actually is there a possibility where they might be able to? It's like a little kind of largish minibus. Yeah.
Okay.
And you just
Can I just
hail it down.
interject on that one?
Go
It's
ahead,
not
Dave.
run by the town council, run by the county.
Okay, it's
You need to talk to Dave Henderson. Is it Henderson? Yeah. No, the county council.
Okay.
It's funded by them.
The county council.
it's funded by them, but Tame
It's
Town
run by
Council
them.
have a lot to do with it.
Gotcha.
Well, no, yeah, I'm have an influence over it, but it is.
Yeah.
It is run by the county council.
I just similar to other questions. Obviously the scheme is overly subscribed. If you were awarded under £25,000, would you be able to complete the work within 12 months? Do you think?
We should be able to. It's a 6-week program in theory, but obviously it's dependent on the weather. But if we hope starting this spring, so in theory it should be able to be done within 12 months. That's the plan anyway.
Okay, brilliant. Right, if there are no other questions, I think that's everything. Thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Okay, the next application is Watlington Sports Club. I believe that we have Lee and Michael.
I don't think Michael's here. I think it's just me.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Hi Lee, welcome. Did you want to go ahead when you're ready?
Yeah, perfect. So, to give you a quick bit of background, Watlington Sports Club, we've been going since 1991. There's been a lot of changes in the past sort of 2 or 3 years. One of which being that we, in 2024, signed a new long-term lease on the Pavilion building with the parish council. They saw it as a bit of a white elephant, and wanted us to take responsibility for both the interior and exterior maintenance, which obviously comes with its challenges. So we've got around 700 members, majority of them being juniors, but we provide cricket, football, darts, and there's a little bit of other stuff like some Aunt Sally that's getting back up and going. So as you can imagine, cash isn't something which is that we're overly rich with. And we had a building report done in 2023, which was pretty damning on a 20-year-old building. There was a lot of stuff that has been underfunded over the years and now is in need of being worked on. We've done some of that. We've replaced the kitchen. We've replaced the hot water and the heater system, which was our main cause for concern, because if the boilers went, it would probably have sent us under. And now we're kind of in a much better position, and we're looking at those elements on our building survey that were urgently in need of attention. And the next one that's come up is the windows and the doors, which you can see as well are predominantly glass. We do also offer our building out for hire for the local community, which is something that we've been pushing a lot more. We've made our rates competitive, and it's taken up on by a lot of groups of various demographics within the Watlington area. We've got a circle dancing club, we've got a gardening club, and sort of everything in between. So it's becoming kind of the number one spot to hire in Watlington, although the parish council operate 2 other halls as well. In terms of the project itself, we're looking to replace the windows and doors for the following reasons. The 2023 building survey that was completed, they were listed as one of the key priorities behind the heating and hot water system, and a priority to be replaced. They're 20 years old. We have some double glazing in some parts, but the majority is single glazed. And as you can see from some of the photos that you're putting on the screen, some of the frames are in really bad condition, rotting, just in need of replacement. This will allow us to reduce our costly energy bills, which are our single greatest outcome, especially as we now come into the winter season, where the heating's on a lot of the time, the lighting's on come 4 o'clock, and they really start to become a drain on our cash reserves. And the main thing for us is we've got about 400 members of ours are children, and it's future-proofing that building for future generations. Especially, I've heard it a lot being sat on this call. A lot of people have talked about development in their local area. Watlington's the exact same. We've had a Blorhomes estate go up, there's a Redrow estate going up, and there's always talk of with the dreaded Relief Road that I won't get into, more housing being potentially put in the future. And there was one thing that I wanted to bring up, which was obviously you scored us down on how we're going to fund the rest of the project. So we've got some money out of the SIL funds from the parish council, which they're kindly working in partnership with us on. So they're part funding the project. We've got some cash of our own reserves that we're putting in. Obviously, if we were successful in this grant, that then takes up another big chunk. And I think in our plan, it leaves around £3,000 of gap funding. Now, how we've addressed that is we've arranged some events to take place, which we believe should cover that shortfall. So we're going to have a comedy night in our hall where we work with a company who provide comedians. We charge ticketed entry, and they've always been a success for us. So we're looking to plan one of those in January. We've got a Christmas quiz going on. We've also got the football club's Christmas party, which is for the first time open to junior parents as well as the adult players. We've got 7 adult teams. And between those two elements, we'll have over 100 people at a Christmas party, of which the sports club is providing the bar, the food, everything to kind of make it financially viable. We've also got our annual Boxing Day football match, which this year we're going to be using that to help fundraise for this project. So we believe that will cover the £3,000 gap. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Lee. Any questions? Councillor Gordon Creed.
Just one, which is that if you do secure the funds needed, which it sounds like, maybe you will, maybe you won't, but what's the timeline in terms of replacing before winter or, what's your timeline?
We would look to have it done. We're in November now, being realistic. It's probably not going to happen this side of Christmas, although I'd anticipate the funds to be mainly there by Christmas. And if we have to dip into our reserves whilst we wait for the comedy night funds, we can do that. But we'd look to have it done by sort of the end of January. We've got contractors in place. We've had the 3 quotes that the parish council require us to have for their part of the funding. So it's all kind of good to go from that part, really.
Councillor Powell.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. Question about the energy efficiency of the building, and obviously what you're proposing would make a huge difference. One of the comments in the report was that it was recommended that you carry out an energy audit for the building. Is that in your forward thinking?
Yeah,
and we were just commenting about possibly PVs in the future and things like that.
Of course, yeah. So our secretary Pippa Tolf, she submitted the grant application. She's currently working on having that done ASAP. We've got a meeting on the 24th of November, which she said she'd have an update for us by then. Whether it's been done by then or whether it's been booked in to be done, I'm not entirely sure. But that is something that we're working on currently.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Right, that's everything. Thank you, Lee.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll go on to the next application, which is Kenton Theatre Management Society. And I believe we have Dennis in person and Lottie. Great.
Okay. I'm Dennis Oliver, trustee, and this is Lottie Pheasant, who's the theatre manager.
Great, welcome. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to speak to you. We had a look at the officers' comments on our application, and we would like to make our own. Starting with community need, the report describes the theatre as a mining community. This underrepresents the importance of the Kenton. In 2024, we put on 240 shows. We had 30,000 people come through our doors, and I think we're at the cultural heart of Henley. Of those 240 shows, 40% of them were hires to community groups. We meet those community groups quarterly to discuss the service we provide. In addition, when a community group hires the theatre, we discuss the technical support they require, and lighting is often an issue to the extent that we have to hire in additional lighting at extra cost. Again, under community benefit, the officer recognises the number of people we reach in the town and the importance of the project to our survival. But despite the large number of beneficiaries, including over 100 volunteers that support the theatre, we felt we deserved a score of more than 4. Turning to the question of financial sustainability, where we have only been given a score of 1 out of 6, looking first at operational sustainability, I can't help feeling that insufficient weight has been given to the recent efforts of the new board and theatre manager who took over in 2023. In the year ending August 23, we inherited a loss of £185,000. In 2024, the loss was reduced to 30, and this year we will make a small surplus. The budget for 25-26 is to make a surplus of £25,000. That's a significant turnaround and should be recognised. Indeed, we meet regularly with Henley Town Council to discuss the theatre's financial performance in the light of continued support that they give us. I can understand the officer's concern about funding, but I don't think the situation is quite as problematic as you may think. As you know, the whole project has been broken down into 6 stages. Stages 1 to 5 are the foundations, and the fitting of new house lights and purchase of additional LEDs is the final piece in the jigsaw. Stages 1 and 2 were fully funded at a cost of £88,000 and were completed on budget and on schedule in August 2025. In addition, we raised £32,000 that year from the Tony Lane Foundation for new central heating boilers. That's a total raise of £120,000 in the year. I think a reasonable track record of success. On the question of funding for the next steps, we have taken the view that the funding approach should be sequential and not in parallel. We had no choice but to approach SODC when we did, because the closing date for grants was July 2025, and we are precluded by foundation rule from approaching one of our other major donors again until April 2026. Stages 3, 4 and 5, at a cost of approximately £82,000, will complete the foundation system, and stage 6, at a cost of £81,000, is the replacement of the house lights and the acquisition of LED. Whatever grant you feel able to give us, we can guarantee that the theatre will continue to make every effort to secure the additional funding to complete the whole job. When we know what we are looking for, we have a number of foundations identified and other fundraising initiatives, including our Friends and Patrons programme, will also be used. Turning now to thriving, healthy and inclusive communities. One of the major objectives of the theatre is to support local community groups. Those groups include Andrans, local schools, theatre schools, the Drama Festival, and organisations for the disabled. The theatre provides a venue for people aged 30 to 70, and it's a sheer joy to witness families who come to see their family members perform. The Kenton plays a vital role in supporting mental health, and a score of 2 out of 6 is not a fair reflection of what we're doing. Finally, action on climate change. This whole project is about climate change, reducing our carbon footprint, and is part of a much wider sustainability strategy that we've already submitted as part of the application that we sent to you. I hope we've given you enough evidence for you to review our scores.
Right, thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Arlen.
Yeah, I'll speak because obviously being the Henley member. I've been following the Kenton Theatre and to be honest, they were in dire straits. And over the last 3 years, which Dennis Holliford's just said, it's amazing the way they've turned this around. But they have the same problem as a speaker earlier, and then I'll ask a question where you know, they need the support from SODC first before they can then go back to other organisations that have granted money in the past. So, and I think we should take that on board when we discuss these later. Like Mr. Oliver, I was surprised at the low scoring on some of the items that he mentioned. It may pay just to leave his sheets behind and just go through them as well, exactly what they do for the town. And there are many organisations that do use the Kenton Theatre. So it's probably more of a statement than a question.
It's not a question, Ken, is it?
I'm almost beginning to sound like Lee now. So my question was, you obviously mentioned the two items that were marked low, obviously the financial sustainability, which I think you answered that, but you might like to answer it again on the funding basis, because there are a lot of organisations around town, foundations, where you can get money. I don't just want to mention two or three that you are going to. And the other one with the with the criteria for the corporate plan priority, I think you did mention about the different organisations that are using the theatre. So I'm probably just going to ask you to reiterate basically what you've said before to support the two items that were scored low.
Well, by way of explanation, I don't know of any regional theatre like the Kenton that they can watch its own face, if you like. It is very difficult to put on shows, get sufficient revenue, cover your operating costs and your overheads, and even just break even. So even to break even, we have to fundraise, and we apply to various charities to help us with that. We have a fairly extensive fundraising program, which probably Lottie can speak to better than I, which is based on patrons, donors, and we probably raise about 70,000 a year just to help us cover the overheads in the business. And I say I don't know many other theatres who do better than that. When it comes to capital investment, and remember we're talking about a building that's 220 years old, when it comes to capital investment, we have to come to foundations and organisations like yours in order to get the capital investment to make the changes that are desperately needed, to keep the theatre surviving, in this world and meeting all of the objectives that we set ourselves. I think, this lighting project is a £250,000 project. We've done a third of it, and we raised the money from foundations to achieve that. We've got 2/3 of it to go, and 1/3 of it is to complete the internal wiring in the building, and the third part is the actual acquisition of LEDs that will get us over the line with respect to climate improvement. And when we were faced, sorry, I've got a cold. When we were faced with approaching you with a closing date of July 25, we had no choice but to come to you before we put other bricks, the other bricks in the wall, which is why it looks as though we are a bit at sea. I don't think we are. I think we've got, I don't want to get into who they are, but we have a very good relationship with a major foundation, but I can't go near them until next April. And with a substantive offer from you, I think that we are well placed to get the money necessary to complete this project.
Councillor Topping.
I was just going to ask, one of the areas that you did score very highly on was the action on climate emergency, and there's reference here to energy savings of up to 75%. Have you done an estimate of what that means in terms of an annual saving in pounds?
Not yet, no.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we know what, at the moment, the present lighting system is a tungsten one. To what extent you understand what that is, I don't know. It's a tungsten-based system. They use between 70 and 80% more electricity than LEDs. The big problem also with tungsten is in order to get colour, you have to have 3 lights. Don't cry. My voice just keeps going. You have to have 3 lights and that's done by 3 gels, red, green and blue. Well, with LEDs, so you only need 1 light to do that because you can have multicolours within an LED. So we can save, for every LED we buy, we save 3 tungsten lamps. We save probably 75–80% of the energy requirement. Tungsten lights shove out heat like there's no tomorrow.
It can be amazing. We did a project in my village just to light our car park, and it saved us £15,000 a year out of our total parish council budget of 26,000. So it transformed our.
No, I believe, but we haven't done that calculation as yet. I mean, we've been concentrating on trying to get the job done at this stage. And it is, in a very old building, rewiring it is very complicated.
Are you listed, the building?
Grade 2 listed, yeah. So we can't do anything without getting
permission for
your approval.
Okay, Councillor Powell.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thank you for your passion shown through your goal today. And I think we are hugely fortunate actually as a district to have we've got Cornerstone in Didcot, which is our property.
Yeah.
But balanced with Kenton over in Henley, and I think we feel there's almost a moral obligation for us to continue to support the performing arts and such an amazing facility. And I'm just wondering about the reach and whether you have statistics. You do analysis of where your patrons are coming from. What is the reach across both our district? I guess over into Woking Borough as well, but given it's just on the other side of the water. So.
Yeah,
I think Lottie's best place.
we had some funding from the Performing Arts grant,
Yes.
the not the round which completed the previous one, and one of those projects was the audience development work. So I can't give you actual I don't know any specific figures now, but we are kind of working out kind of where we stand in terms of our reach in the town, and then moving out into the surrounding villages. In terms of Wokingham, we don't have our reach isn't kind of that wide in Woking at the moment. We would obviously hope, once we've finished the audience development work, to really focus on kind of, our kind of strategy in terms of increasing that reach. So say it's fairly in terms of Henley, we've been really successful over the last few years kind of rebuilding the theatre reputation in Henley and getting those kind of customers in. But we do need to kind of be very clear with the actual kind of the insight work we're doing at the moment, where we're not, which villages and which towns we're not. So it's definitely not just Henley. We need to expand our reach in order to survive. We want to actually have all the surrounding towns and villages using the actual facility. But I can't, because that work isn't finished. And we're working with the audience agency in terms of a lot of their data to kind of, and obviously using our own ticketing system, which has got obviously incredible amounts of data. And we've also, as well as the work that you're funding for that project, we've also got some pro bono work from a data specialist who has he has extracted like the last 15 years worth of data from our ticketing system and is manipulating that data at the moment. So that's kind of an ongoing project alongside.
Work in progress.
Yeah, so it's all work in progress. I think it's really exciting when we've got all that data, but it's never been done before. Once we've got that, to really understand what our reach is and how we're going to kind of reach further into the other in the community.
Thanks.
Any other questions? No? Okay, well, thank you so much to you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to the next one, which is the Woodland Centre Trust. I think we're just going to note that one for now because they're not here to answer any questions. I think if we've got any questions later, we can ask officers in the afternoon session. That's okay.
I only have just one question actually now.
Okay.
It's Wargrave, which is outside our boundary. And why were we considering that?
Yeah.
It's within the 3 mile radius
Of the boundary.
Still like the Abbey Road one.
Yeah, it's like Appleton.
Do get planning to check that for us.
Okay, so the next one we'll go on to is the Chinner Village Centre. So I believe we've got Mick online. Is Mick there? No.
No.
Pardon? Are you can see them?
Oh, is it? Okay, I can't see.
Is he, have his thing turned off?
It's a different person.
Probably there.
Okay, is everyone okay if we just note that one then, and if we've got questions for officers, maybe we can ask them later on today? Yeah. Okay, and then our final one is MP Sports Development Trust, and I believe we've got Manaj Birchley. Are you there, Manaj?
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing? Hello, all.
Good, thanks.
Good.
Good, thank you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Not cricket. It's not cricketing weather, but right. So this is Manoj here. What MP Sports Development Trust does is does a completely free for cricket coaching and playing matches for the kids. What we applied for it is that the state schools, they don't know what is called proper grounds, proper pitches, because the surface is a very important part of the cricket game. So what we want is a laser level. So when you're teaching kids, the ground is bumpier, they can't field, they don't know the technique of the use it. So what is laser level is even bounce, and if it's even bounce, then you can trust and you can use your technique of the playing cricket. It doesn't matter what you does, but in you teaching cricket with the technically stuff, it's so much technical, but the surface or fielding surface is not technically is correct, and there's no points to do that. What is laser level does that it makes it the fields even, same line, same as like a tennis court or golf course or like that. So you can playing, so kids can realize what is the best grounds. When the state school kids goes to the private school grounds, they will see, whoa, it's a big facility. So when the ball comes along the grounds, when they're playing into this the different surface, they can't do like a long barrier stops and various different fields. They can't attack the ball because the grounds is uneven. So what we want to show them children is how beautiful grounds you can play on. So that's why we like to do laser levels in the grounds. There is, I'm working with the other sports clubs as well. So we shouldn't charge any money to age under 10s, just playing all sports for free. And we does in summaries as well, and we does in winteries as well. And it's a completely fully booked because as people are in the waiting list. So if the good facility shows in a test level, then at the county level, then is more children will play and wants to play. That's why we want to do laser level of the outfield. So if there's any question, please ask.
Great, thank you, Manaj. Is there any questions? Councillor Topping.
Well, only that by using this laser leveling, I mean, does the amount that you're claiming cover the cost of the actual leveling up or down? Because is this just within the square? It's not within the outfield as well, is it? It just doesn't seem a lot of money if you're having to level up a very large playing area of many acres. It just seems quite a modest amount of money for what could be, depending on what the laser survey throws up, quite a lot of work. I was just slightly confused about the amount of money required and what that covered.
Good question. That this is not for the cricket square. We got the best cricket square in Oxfordshire. We got surfaces there. If you score 250 or 300, you will lose the game because that good pitch we have. I'm talking about outfield. Outfield with the one ground only, no two grounds, one ground. Yes. And the one ground is what it does that we have a one parents is playing is as well. And what do we fundraising for? Like we got a Christmas party, we had a Diwali party, and a Christmas party is coming up. So what it does that we has to be spread outfields, and then we kills and we do laser level it, because our soil is so key part of it. We don't want to take, if you bring the soil from outside, yes, it will cost you fortune, but we use our own soils on it, and then we laser level it, then regrass seeds it, and then makes its grounds only one grounds, not two grounds. We're not touching the square. Our square is fine. So we're just talking about only outfield, and the cost of the outfields to do estimated about 10 to 11,000 pounds in there, just on when we asked for it, that time is there. So we're doing is that actually spread outfield and then laser level it and then regrass seeds it. That's why it's cost a lot. But if you give them big massive companies a contract, that will cost fortune, but we're not doing that. That is for one ground only, not square.
Well, it sounds like good value for money.
Yes,
If
great
you get
value.
all of that achieved for 11 grand, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Very impressed.
Yeah. Well, look, we got 3 cricket grounds, right? 3 cricket squares, right? What we achieved it's unreal. And with the good, but I does works. I put it is lot without taking any money on it, because I goes every morning and work on it, because I enjoy that most, because more surface is better. I enjoying to watch the kids are playing. That's is my joy of my life. Well, I teach them and when I watch them, they're playing wonderful. But if you can't trust, if the surface is not right, no points to play cricket. Doesn't matter what the facilities you have, but you need a good surface to play and outfield. Then you get more children to play. It's all other thing. It's a secondary in my view. And as a professional cricketer, I think it's a playing surface, outfield surface is a key part of the game. And English heritage game, there's some beautiful cricket grounds in there.
Councillor Powell.
Yes. Hi, thanks very much. I'm just curious, who is the owner of the site?
It's us.
So it's a community interest company. What's the status?
It's our limited company guarantees and used by Development Trust in the lease. It's our limited company.
Yeah.
Any other questions? No? Okay, I think that's everything, Manoj. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that concludes the morning session. So
Brilliant cheering, I would say.
So cheering.
Yeah, we've made up some time.
Impressive.
So if we can break for lunch now and reconvene at 1:30.